Wengine wanakuja hao ndio wao. Wengine wako
Strong, bro, strong. Bro, be strong. Wasema kwa strong, Wasema strong, strong. Msimpe panic tafadhali.
Napumua pole tu.
Let's go. 1, 2, 3.
Kabisa.
Unapiga nani? Wazi. Niko best man.
Mimi niko fit man.
Wazi.
The true servants of the nation.
Niko best man.
Mimi niko fiti man.
Wazi.
The true servants of the nation. RUTO must go! RUTO must go! Lazima atoke.
Everything is connected.
Okay. Hiyo ni aje? Popo ame. Boya nani? Popo ni aje?
Tulikuwa na friend hapo.
peaceful. We're just peaceful, man. Holding soldiers.
Sisi tuko kwa maandamano hadi nasikia. Sisi hatuogopangi RUTO. Siwezi ogopa hata uniue na risasi, siwezi ogopa. Lakini haki yangu lazima unipe. Mimi ni Mkenya bwana. RUTO, mimi ni Mkenya bwana. Haina kwa nalo unakubaliana.
Hapa ndio movie iko. Hapa katikati. Ndio iko. Sababu hiyo kitu. Twende. Hapa ndio movie iko. Huko karanga tuenjoy huko. Hii kuna action. Hii kuna action. Sana mafuta.
niangalie vizuri wewe. Sniper, niangalie vizuri. Oya. Nisikishe sura wewe. Ni huyo sura. Ni mimi. Acha baba. Aenda bwana.
Hold on.
Maliza huyo. Unatuletea hapa.
ukaona moto. Umefanya mpaka tumekonda. Kila siku pili. Ukienda ng'ambo kurudi pili. Tumechoma moto. Hakuna kiongozi pale. Hakuna kiongozi pale bunge sasa. Hatutaki nini. Hiyo kotini nini unasema? Kabisa. Hatuwezi kununua kondoo 100. Hiyo nimekataa. Hadi ile sume yametoa. Hata ile sume yametoa. Yeye hao wajumbe wanaenda mbili yote. Hata lazima nikuwe na maresa tiketi ya 100. Nimepata wapi? Nimepata wapi? Hiyo bibi kae bwana, bibi kae. Mimi ni jeziba.
bwana. Kabisa bwana. Okay.
ya tiagas.
Para mna.
kolor tana wana meni uhuru nutio maber to Ruto kibiro kibiro no okinyal resign chuth kama kwa manade kama kwa nyaka resign
okay what the first ene no gimane we mondi gimoinyo Ruto ni gimora achiel noko biro piny noko ngiso jinia noko advisors mage mondo ngiso ni finance bill enango ine dor advisors mage mondo ngiso ni finance bill enango in fact do aelewa ni enango to koro sani okonge ni finance bill enango okwanyal yie gi Ruto nyaka kawuono nikech finance bill okonge ni enango
Mano kamano Joyce, mano moko kuom duol mabendi winjo ka joganda kata jong'anyo manochopo kaendi mabende nochakore kar saa 4:30 mar okinyi ka bende gie thuolo ni endi odiochieng' ma kawuono kwa pimo ng'anyo ma kawuono e kaunti ma Kisumu nodwa pogore matin kaluwore ni kata obedo ni ng'anyo ne nitie kaunti ni ma Kisumu to weche mag wuoth weche mag ohala ne timore matin tin kata kamano thoth johala to ne oloro dukni gi nikech luoro mar ni nyalo monj dukni.
Magari ama?
Niko nayo. Wewe bro, nifungie hapa. Nifungie. Hii.
Ni maana nyuma ile. Kama ni fupi.
Hii kitu kinafunga hapa na nyuma. Yaani kumefunga hadi na nyuma. Hivi. Kitu kinafunga hivyo. Master. Kama nyuma kiasi. Kama nyuma kiasi. Jichukulie hapa, jikinge pia. Hapo pia.
Wacha tena.
Oye, master. Naangalia nini hapa next. Songa wewe. Kidogo tu. Wazi. Naona. Toka, twende.
Alale yake kichwa chini. Huyo mwizi alale yake kichwa chini huyo. Anakuja huyo. Lala chini. Hata hii. Osa tena nenda hapo haya. Wewe wanataka advantage.
Oya, hey. Ako wapi? Ako wapi?
Dere? Tu?
I hate following kumtafuta. Sifai kumtafuta, namwambia kaa na mimi. Always namwambia kaa na mimi. Usipotea mange. Wewe ndio macho yangu. Kuna karao. Naona vile naona hivyo. Naona wewe hivyo. Hivyo. Hii kutoka dogo.
their life that very evening. So we have to look at how the security officers are also handling this matter.
Okay.
Even the leaders, we've seen the president coming out during his first press briefing, and he mentioned that we're criminals, without taking a time and talking to his advisors to really get a clear picture of who are these people who are destroying property, who are attacking harmless protesters and all that. So what I expected is a complete overhaul of what has transpired in last week, and allow security officers to actually be able to distinguish. And it's very clear, these are trained people.
Okay, let me come to the question that I had asked Sankara earlier on when he started, because you see, one of the biggest things that has come out of this protest is, the use of force when it comes to dealing with protesters. We have seen that.
Yeah.
We continue to see that. So far, close to 40 people have lost their lives, 39 to be specific, and over 300 people are currently nursing injuries, and most of them gunshot wounds.
Yeah.
The kind of force that has been meted on the people that are taking to the streets, what would you say to that first, as a young person, that most of the time when you call for protest, you are on the streets, championing for your rights? How does that speak to you?
It's completely appalling just to see how the government, the current government, and RUTO's administration is actually reacting to our protests. I was at the city mortuary the other day, and it was very clear to me that even the report that was coming out, that only 6 people, that was a very fast
it's the first
press briefing. When I was there were more bodies. Actually, if it were not for people like Aki Africa, it was not for people like Amnesty, Defenders Coalition, all these human rights group who have taken that mandate to investigate, document and report the killings that have been happening, then we will not have a clear report of the number of lives that have been lost. And so it's a long history that has been perpetrated by the current regime and even the past regimes, whereby even filing for a peaceful demonstration in CBD is turned away. And if it happens, then the police, the rogue officers, will still kill, will still maim and injure otherwise peaceful protesters. Okay. So it gives a very bad picture to what the executive is saying, the officials are saying, the police commands are saying. They're very conflicting reports. But then we are so lucky to have these human rights groups and also the media who are painting a clear picture of what's
exactly what is
happening in our country.
Let me come to you, Sankara. Violence and police brutality.
Alikuwa anamgeuzia. Funga watu hapa nyuma.
My friend, look at this. Hizi duka hii. Angalia venye imefanywa. Isipokuwa ni sisi. Ungefanywa waje. Hakuna polisi anachukua. Angalia. Look at this. Si hii duka wanaiba. Kuja uangalia hii duka. Oya.
Waenda maandamano lakini wasiguze vitu za watu.
Maandamano sisi tunawasupport.
Lakini vitu za kuibia watu hapana.
Keki hapa.
Naenda kwa mwiki kila kitu. Out of millions. Mara moja nimekuja hapa ndio mashini ya kujipa ile juice wote yanaiba wameenda sasa hapa angalia distraction angalia hii vio angalia kwa picha kwa picha sasa ya
Hii ndio tunatafuta. Wachana na zile international.
Jamaa
financing problem. And then we need to restructure our debt financing. Then we need to do away with the
we'll come into all the issues that have actually been pointed out. But let me come to you. I want to understand because
and why you've cut me short, I was explaining to you how the president was going to do this. He was going to fire the ministers. That is very normal.
I'll come
he
to
was
that.
going to dissolve parliament and do away with people like
I will come to that. We will come to that and try to figure out what's the next step that should actually be taken. Let me come to you. This is the thing. RUTO must go is what now we are calling for. At what point did we get to this particular? Because he started with reject finance bill. When did we feel like he's totally let the country down and failed to, failed as a president that we're now calling for his removal from office? Let me start with
the first place where he messed up, he was failing to listen to the youths. That's the first thing. Because remember, even before he declined to assent to the finance bill, the controversial finance bill, it was a week full of, the whole country was out trying to tell him, kindly, this is not whatever we want. This bill is going to do more harm than good. Kindly listen to us. But what did we get back? It was the last of Kina Osoro talking to the way his advisors, calling us wankers.
So the way the message was received initially is what agitated the
yes.
people.
Then,
and even the president acknowledged that in his state of nation address the other day, that he has been miscommunicating with the people and even the communication team. So we are nowhere in the utopian world. Whatever it is we are saying is actually.
But again, there's irony to that because despite him acknowledging that his communication team failed him, he was aware of our demands. So I'm failing to understand, how are you aware of our demands that we put there, like for example, the one you mentioned, like the reduction of salaries, the ouster of the office of the First Lady. I was surprised he was aware of that, and yet all this time for a whole week, we were out there trying to send a message, yet he didn't grab or capture whatever we were trying to drive out. Another thing that led to this state that we are in right now is him, because now we are past finance bill, because yeah, it was rejected, but also we are still in doubt because there's the way the constitution alleges, like after 14 days something, it hasn't been put out clearly yet that is this finance bill really out, because there are some doubts also with the clauses, deleting of the clauses and recalling back. So. But let us assume that we are out of the finance bill. Another place where the president failed to get it right is the prosecution or the actions to be taken against almost half of his cabinet, because there are all these issues of corruption. Although we are going to get to that, but that's one thing that has propagated or propelled the demonstration this far, because the youths were so clear. Kindly, those who are involved in scandals, corruption scandals, can they step down while the investigation is being done?
Okay, the president did say, I can't fire people without proper evidence. He's not going to, be to practice again what happened in the last regime, whereby cabinet secretaries were being fired just because on allegations of, having misappropriated funds and things like that. That was his statement. That's what he said. I will not fire people without proper evidence. What do you say to that? Because you are saying your cabinet secretaries are corrupt, but he's saying, okay, so what's the evidence that proves they are corrupt?
I'm sorry, but I can't take the president's words to, I can't believe it, because the same president, from whatever he presented to us during his campaigns or whatever, is different, is totally different to whatever he has implemented. Like for example, we can use extreme areas, like for example, the education sector, the health sector. These are not the things that we might be implementing. These are not
If I'm taken to court today, I am processed in a police station and prosecuted in the best possible legal way. We don't have a problem with that. As long as I have been accused of public theft and relevant institutions are unleashed to do their constitutional responsibility, I don't have a problem with that. So the failure and this, conflict of interest, state capture, this is something that the president is so proud about. The state capture, I don't know what is state capture in this mindset, but I've seen state capture happening under the presidency of President RUTO. We've seen the moment
angalia imerudi hapa live inasema.
Maji si ya kutia tumwagilie maji. Tumechoka.
Ahab and prophets of Baal. I can see King Ahab and prophets of Baal. The president is acting in the capacity of King Ahab, while the religious leaders around him and the advisors are the prophets of Baal.
Okay.
When the people shall decide that enough of the biblical preachings, now you see the writings on the wall, but it's never too late to do the right thing.
But this is the thing, talking about doing the right thing. He is calling for a conversation with the youth. But with this conversation, at the end of the day, still, the youth seem to be a little bit distant with it. You seem like, yes, you still have time to do the right thing, and he's open to having a conversation.
And, on the conversation, I am of the, we've had conversations in this country. We've had bipartisan, but now we want multi-partisan approach. We do not want conversations on X. We do not want these committees to
Where should the conversation happen?
I'm coming there. The president campaigned. He used to meet us freely. He never had his securities. I used to stand around the president's car. He never had too much security. He was a man who could say hi to people, buy chapati with Rigathi Gachagua and chew them in public, even chew Mera. What has suddenly changed? Come to Kasarani, announce a public holiday. You are going to meet the youths in the whole 47 counties.
I'll tell you what has changed. What has changed this time around is that people are very angry and he has no idea what kind of fuck is going to
we are not mad. We are not mad. That's why you saw some of the young people saved MPs who were left by their colleagues to die in the hands of angry protesters. We are not out there to loot. We are not out there to kill. We are not out there to harm or inflict injury on any person. We are out there to speak our mindset. The president should just humble himself, dissociate with some of the misadvisors he has. And I know someone said somewhere that I think the problem we have is the president is advising those who are advising him on how to advise him. So we cannot have a sense of direction. Let the president come to Kasarani or whichever stadium let him announce that today, on Monday, we are going to open doors at KICC. The first 500 youths to arrive, you'll be allowed to register to be speakers in that event because we must have order.
Let me engage.
Let us converge.
Let me engage Amos here
and go ahead, but not calling us to status. I don't want bribes. I will not come. I'm not coming.
No, this is the thing. I want to engage you before I release you so that I get to have Babu. This is the thing. How would you suggest that this particular conversation is conducted? Because one, he said, of course, speak to you through the media, but you're like, you're not listening to us. We need you to speak to us. Then he's like, I'm willing to come to X spaces if you suggest that. And he's like, okay, sir. Because initially, the call was, if you want to speak to us, we are on X. No. We do X spaces, so you can come on that particular platform. And on Sunday, he did say, okay, I will come on X if that's what you want. Let's set a date. Thursday it is. So Thursday the president is going to be on X.
How but even if be allowed to speak, who will pick the people to speak? We are not. I'm not for X. Let the president come and meet us in person. We will talk peacefully. In
person, how does he meet in person? You don't want to go to State House.
Why should we go to State House?
So where does he meet you?
Accommodate all of us.
Purpose of transparency and accountability.
You see, these constitutional officers.
So actually, where do you meet?
Let us meet at Kasarani. Where did he take his oath? Where did he declare his plan? The plan. I have a plan.
But this is the thing. When you go to Kasarani, when you go to Kasarani to meet the president, who is going to speak on his behalf? Because everybody wants to ask.
Let us announce that next week, but what?
Tumekamishana. Naona tukikaa huko action iko huko.
People. So if you ask the president to show up in Kasarani, what will someone from Mombasa say as well? Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So
Naona nafika saa hii. Naona niko hapo tena. Si mbok. Eso. Leo amekuepa sana na yake. Vipi tu? Wala kuja nafanya kitu mimi sijui kufanya ama.
Ndio zaidi ya wiki moja.
Hata ndio lock pale. Pia afanye job. Wewe.
Ndio mwingie tena huko chini.
Twende action pale pia. Twende pale. Wewe baki hapo. Nyinyi mbaki hapo. Katete na nyinyi mbaki hapo. Hatuwezi kwa tunaenda side moja sisi wote. Nyinyi mbaki hapo, sisi tuende huko juu. Mata.
Bro.
No. It's very distracting. I know, my friend, but Tony Makopa. You move, papa.
Aweka tu penye huko. Haya. Okay.
Ternyata bang. Nggak dia beranda-randa tahu.
Ini piche ke side.
Ternyata bang. Nggak dia beranda-randa tahu.
Ini piche ke side. Basi hizi ni nini? Kwa sababu kuna body ndani.
Ilikuwa na bodi ndani wapi hapa? Songa Dennis.
Toka hapo wewe nawe.
Amount was 500 billion, that we're going to have a deficit of 500 billion there. Then the president came and...
right, just what you can see on the screen, of course, protesters have had a conference in the streets of Nairobi. There's quite a number of conferences there to be brought there by protesters, and I see police officers trying to move them, and to some extent a representation of what has been happening in the past few days, whereby we've been able to see quite a number of people died as a result of this particular protest. And so when people were taking to the streets today to protest, they were seeking justice for those who have died as a result of this particular protest and shot police officers who are trying to contain the protest ever since it started.
Utapiga hivi au utapiga hivi? Hapo na ile kama wewe ni mjao kubwa ndio wako kujao kubwa. Unataka kuongea hivyo tu. Ongea tu hivyo. Iko matai.
To you from the city of Nairobi, and of course we've been able to see coffins there. Protesters have been able to put coffins on the streets. There were about quite a number, I believe around 7, and police were trying to remove them and put them in that particular lorry that is on the screen. Of course, what you're seeing right now is an arrest attempt. Protesters and a protester rather engaging a police officer, if you can call it that, and being bungled on there. So I believe he's been able to escape. So he's been able to escape that arrest. He lives to see another day today, not in a police cell. Because there, tear gas are trying to disperse those people that have gathered there as they try to remove the coffins that are currently on the street. This is Moi Avenue, Nairobi. And yes, so initially when people were taking to the streets today, the message was we are seeking justice for the people that had been killed due to this particular protest and those that died by the gun, especially after being shot by police officers. The number right now stands at 39. So it was seeking justice for them until, for this particular 7 days that will be coming until the Sabasaba day, where we're expecting quite a lot of action as far as protests are concerned in the country. So this message, to some extent, gets to communicate the message that we were on the streets, people were killed, these coffins represent justice for those that died fighting for their rights here in the country in the past 1 week. That is Moi Avenue. 3 coffins right now on the streets. Some have already been put in that particular lorry. They've been all of them. They were about quite, I believe, 7. Some of them are in that white lorry there. They're not 3. There are 4 coffins on that particular streets of Moi Avenue right now, and police trying to remove them. This is an indication of just how people, practicing their constitutional right when it comes to picketing, trying to send the message out there on exactly how they feel and their anger, of course. Yeah. What do you make of this? Let me start with you, Ken. Ken, thank you so much for joining us, by the way. So what do you make of this? What you're seeing on your screen right now is...
I think, Brian, this is so serious, and it's a communication to the president that things are getting out of hand. And the demands that the people are giving the president, I think there's very simple things that he should not allow it to go to this extent. I don't know why the president is allowing himself to take bullets on behalf of few people who decided to make individual mistakes. You get that? Someone like Mithika Linturi should not be in the system right now as it stands.
We are not mentioning names, my
No,
friends.
okay, fine, okay. But that it is in the public domain that we had our parents traumatized by fake fertilizers.
He's holding a public office.
He's holding a public office, a public officer. Get that? And when he was being grilled to hold that office, we were allowed to call his name. How special is it right now that we cannot call his name? Okay. The guy traumatized our parents with fake fertilizer, and that's the truth on the public. We do not need God to come and tell the president that this guy need to go home. Okay. He should go home. Let me dive into the issue of conversation that the president called for.
Why are you putting on sunglasses, Ken?
Thank you, my brother, for that concern. I think out of many 54 million Kenyans, including the president, he's the only person who has asked me why I'm wearing these glasses. And I want to say, to make it clear, that I'm wearing these glasses so that I can be able to see the truth in this government. It has been so sad. It is so sad that I could not see any truth in this government without glasses.
But these are sunglasses. They're going to prevent you from doing
glasses. It must be bright for you to use a sunglasses. Unless you want to see the truth, you use lenses.
Yeah. I'm trying to identify, locate the truth in President Trump's words.
The truth is white, and there's too much darkness.
There's too much.
Okay,
now let me put it to context. The president called for a dialogue with the young people, but I don't recall us being on the street asking the president that we want a dialogue, because the things we are calling for are things that do not need a sit down for him to take effect.
Okay, I'll come to you. Of course, those are live pictures coming to you. It's a split screen there. You were able to see police are trying to remove those coffins. That is on Moi Avenue in Nairobi, here in the CBD. And also the other picture is on Waiyaki Way, whereby protesters had gathered and they've been able to be dispersed using tear gas, I believe. And yes, sir. So quite that again, that's a tear gas canister being launched there. And trying to disperse those protesters that are gathering, I believe, trying to make their way to the Central Business District, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So those are actions. Different parts of the country, that's protests are being carried out, as you can see on your screen at the moment. Of course, we'll be, briefing you as we continue to cover these particular live events. Okay, back to you.
Thank you. I wanted to put out clear why there is no urgent need for young people having a sitting with the president. We've had an article before. The reports are gathering dust somewhere, we don't know, and the president is the one who should take effect on it. Now, we asked the president that we want to see the unconstitutional offices scrapped off. Get that? We asked the president that we want to see the corrupt leaders in this government sent to where they should be.
Because he knows
we asked the president that we want to see, these people masquerading as status as advisors, the 131 plus David David.
All right, Ken Babu, I'm sorry that I keep on interrupting you, but you see, it's live TV. So I want us to take a listen to what is happening in Voi, whereby the road to Nairobi-Mombasa has actually Nairobi-Mombasa highway has been barricaded, and youth there carrying out their constitutional right when it comes to protest. Let's listen into what they're saying.
Ruto is unfit and unqualified. He is unfit and unqualified to be the president of this country. Amefeli kwa kila njia.
Yes. Niko tayari sana. Niko tayari. Taita Taveta County, mchipuko 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. Taita Taveta County. Okay, asante sana mtazamaji, ni kwamba tuko live katika barabara kuu ya Mombasa kuelekea Nairobi, na kama unavyoona ni kwamba watu ni wengi, na hapa tunapozungumzia ni kati ya barabara kuu ya Mombasa kuelekea Nairobi, na ni kwamba waandamanaji wengi wamekuja hapa, na pengine tuzungumze na mmoja wao aweze kutueleza maoni yake kuhusiana na maandamano.
Mimi naitwa Mtemi. Tulieni. Mimi naitwa Mtemi. Tulia. Mimi naitwa Mtemi, na sababu ya yetu kuandamana siku ya leo ni kusema kwamba Ruto na wabunge wote ambao walivoti yes waende nyumbani. Sababu ni kwamba wameonyesha kwamba wenyewe hawajali wananchi. In fact wanachukia wananchi. Sababu deal wanapiga ni za wao, kwa faidi wao wenyewe, hazimfaidi mwananchi. Mwananchi anaumia lakini wenyewe hawasikii.
Lakini pengine kwa kuja barabarani, mna uamuzi gani kama waandamanaji kusimama hapa katikati ya barabara ya Mombasa kuelekea Nairobi? Kule kusimama katika barabara ya Mombasa, mnatamani kufanya nini?
Sisi tunataka mabadiliko ya kiuchumi. Tulikuwa tunataka mabadiliko ya kiuchumi, lakini sasa tunataka hao watu wote ambao wametusaliti waondoke. Sababu hawawezi tuongoza. You can't kill us and lead us.
Ndio. You are not our leader, you are our leader.
Vijana hawana kazi, vijana wanateseka. Vijana have nothing to live for. Na Ruto anaua ndugu zetu, anaua madada zetu. Hatukuwa na anything to live for, lakini sasa hivi tuko na something to die for.
Sawa, asante sana. Mwingine hapa niweze kuongea nawe kwa dakika moja peke yake, ongea kuhusu pengine kusimama hapa barabarani ya Mombasa kuelekea Nairobi. Mtazamo wenu ni gani hii leo wakati wa maandamano?
Sisi kama majenzi, siku ya leo tulikuwa tumeamua hakuna barabara, tulikuwa tumeamua kufunga juu wameua majenzi wengi. Leo ni siku yetu ya kuomboleza. Tunaambiwa pole wale ambao wamepoteza maisha yao. Sisi kama majenzi hatutarudi nyuma, hivi vita tunapigana mpaka mwisho, mpaka kieleweke. Ruto ametuita sisi majenzi criminals, lakini sisi we are not criminals.
Naam, asante sana mtazamaji. Taarifa ya wenyeji wa hapa Voi wakisema ya kwamba wamefunga barabara kuu ya Mombasa kuelekea Nairobi kama njia moja ya kusikika. Sina la ziada. Naitwa John.
Right, that is Voi along the Mombasa-Nairobi highway, whereby agitated youth, of course, have taken to the streets to just engage in the anti-government protests that we've been experiencing in different parts of the country. Those have not been left behind as far as calling out the government and calling for the resignation of most of the members of parliament and also the president himself for what they term as betrayal. And they feel betrayed, they feel that they've been let down, and the government of the day currently cannot be leading them. Of course, what you can see right now, some of them are playing, we call that handball or something like that, on the streets as they carry out their constitutional right, which is to picket and protest, all right? And of course, the other side of your screen, of course, we have Waiyaki Way, and that is somewhere close, where what you're seeing right now is, earlier on, we did see police using tear gas to try and disperse those particular protesters. They, most of the time, have been gathering there, and police are trying to disperse them, and so that the group does not become large enough for them to be unable to be able to deal with it. Right, let's come back to you, Babu, because before we actually took Voi, we were speaking to you.
Yeah, and just on the context, in the context of Voi, the president talked of 100 people. How many people will he pick from Voi to represent, to make up the 100 members to be in the forum? Yeah. Now, you know, that's what I'm saying, eh? The advisors of the president are not doing nothing beyond taking tea and mandazi in the State House. And those are the people you should fire first, before even doing anything. We have advisors on we have economic advisors. We have advisors on women issues. We do not have advisors on youth issues. That's why this government is failing drastically on youth issues. Is the one who advises. Dennis Itumbi should not be anywhere when you're discussing youth issues. Let me just finish this. Okay. In fact, that is the guy who's misleading the presidency on issues around young people. He is not a representative of any youth. He does not represent the interest of any youth. He should not be discussing matters of any youth. If he wants to advise youth, he should go advise people from his house.
So if the president wants to talk to the youth, who should be the advisor?
Let me just put this in context. You've seen what is happening in Voi. The same thing is happening in Kisumu. The same thing happening in Busia, Eldoret, and everywhere, Nairobi County. How many people is the president going to pick from those groups to represent, to sit in that 100-member committee? Number one, I asked in the morning, this is a dialogue that is calling for. It's a discussion between the government and the young people. At what point did they sit and agree that this committee should have 100 people? Who sat and agreed that this committee should be, the members should be picked from civil societies, political parties.
How many civil societies do we have? How many groups do we have?
And just to add insult to us, he's saying they are saying that these young people will go to grassroots and gather information of other young people. There is no difference between that and what happened in Nadco. If we are in that committee, we are going to roam this town, sitting in hotels, taking tea, using taxpayers' money, which we are saying should not be used, and getting paid for doing nothing.
Like MPs.
That has been a culture of this government. We've just seen SRC saying that they are going to increase the salaries of MPs. In the same context, TSC is saying that 100,000 teachers will not get. All right, that's why we said, let me just finish. I want to put it to context, and I want to make it clear. The members of parliament in this country must get to understand that they are never far from people. What happened in the parliament recently was just a confirmation and an information passed that you guys are not that special than any other person in this country. Article 1 of the Constitution says you can represent yourselves as a people or delegate. So we are foolish enough to opt for option 2 and delegate duties to other people who are now feeling that they are so special. Members of parliament should be warned, and they should be on radar that they are not special than any other person in this country. And they are never far from the people. They can be found anytime, any day, whenever people feel they are not contented.
Okay. Now,
and on the issue, let me just finish, because you guys discussed many things before I came in. I want to
be responsible for your lateness.
I want to come to the context so that we operate at par. The issues that we raised for the president do not require a dialogue with anybody. It does not require a dialogue. The president should call for State of a Nation address and say, okay, fine, going forward, I do not want to hear about Prime Cabinet Secretary and his wife, and as a office of the wife of the deputy of somebody.
Surely.
I do not want to hear about office of the second whatever it is. I do not want to see 130 advisors who are not advising. Get that? Scrap off all those things and then arrest those who have corruption issues which are active, and then we can have a government that is sanitized, and you will see these people roaming in the street. They will now relax and say we are okay, because let me tell you, these young people are not asked president to employ them, because he cannot employ all of them. These people can survive because they have been surviving even, and the president made a very suicidal statement, and these people have been unemployed even before he became president. We all know he's not the cause of our employment, but he's worsening our employment. He's making it worse.
He's digging, we are in a hole, but he's digging the hole deeper. He's trying to fit square pegs in round holes.
So
it's all right. Okay, thank you.
So let me come to you. This is the question I want to ask. In terms of how this conversation should be, just recap on that. How is, because he's already called for a conversation with the youth. How is this conversation
what the president
supposed
should do is this, very clear. Number one, the president should take action on the demands we made. After taking action, before he talks of a dialogue with who? Before talking of a dialogue, take actions on the demands that are on the table.
The reducible
The reducible demands. Once he has done that, now he can, just as he mentioned, this guy was going around this country, about 3 counties in a day. He can still do it. In fact, he's in power.
Villages by name.
What this guy should do, and because the advisors have failed to advise him, I want to offer pro bono advice to the government and advise David Lee to tell the president that we can have regional meetings in this country where the president can come to Kisumu County, do a meeting with the young people in the presence of local leaders, in the presence of parents, but the parents and local leaders do not talk. It is a discussion of young people. Let me just finish up this, and then you'll ask me. Because this guy wants to call for 100 guys. My friend.
So that he bribes them.
People from Nyawara village where I come from will not be in that table. That's the truth. And they are also demonstrating. So what are you saying? The president has to organize a meeting with Kisumu West constituency members.
This is the thing. This is
in
the
Nyawara.
The reasons as to why people are demonstrating, I'd like to believe they're uniform across board, right?
Exactly.
So what then is the point of holding a meeting in each and every region if you can just identify the youth of one particular region and say, because you're representing?
Let me just respond to this, then you come in. You are asking a good question to the wrong person. If there is no point of doing that, then whoever advised him to convene a 100 member committee ought to have known that before. The president need to have a meeting, if he wants to have a meeting, with each and every person of this country, because he is liable for towards each and every person in this country. Okay. Not 100 people collected. In fact, let me tell you, if we go through with 100 people, you will be surprised. That's also not. You will be surprised that Dennis Itumbi already has the 100 guys.
No, that guy is
one
of the problem.
He has the 100 guys.
Okay. I want to release Geoffrey, but before we do that, Geoffrey, your remarks on this, on the how we should actually get to conduct this conversation, because you see, my question is, the issues that the youth want addressed cut across board. Okay. The issues that the youth of Nairobi want addressed are the same issues that the youth of Kisumu want addressed, Mombasa and all that. Is it wrong to say now, if you can pick representatives to speak on your behalf, we can actually have that particular conversation, instead of now saying, okay, go to Kisumu, go to Mombasa, go to which particular region, so that all of you get to have the same voice? Because then to some extent it's going to be repetitive. You're telling the president, I want you to fire so-and-so, I want you to fire so-and-so. This becomes a song across board.
Well, I think as much as we have uniform issues that cut across the country, we are also very much aware of the unique issues that are coming from different counties and different young people are actually pushing for. So there's so many reforms when you narrow them down to counties, and so it's very, very important that we have these regional meetings whereby young people from those very specific counties will have the opportunity to actually articulate their issues and present their demands. Okay. We know we have uniform ideas, yes, but number two, there are very specific issues in each and every county. There are very different avenues where the government can actually come in to support young people. So if you go to Kisumu, they'll have different issues from the ones in Mombasa or the ones in Turkana. People in Turkana, young people in Turkana, they do not have an ICT hub.
Okay, are we talking about the issues affecting the region, or are the issues affecting the nation in general?
Let me just finish. Yeah. So you have folks in Turkana demanding for even access to clean water and sanitation facilities within that specific county. You come to Nairobi, we have different issues. We have
okay, I get what you're saying. We have different issues, but what has taken people to the streets? I believe that is a uniform thing.
So the things that have taken people to the streets do not call for dialogue.
They do not call for
the major things that why people are in the streets do not call for dialogue.
We have an action plan.
He should call a press conference and tell us that he has scrapped off those officers and he has sent home so and so, and is reshuffling a cabinet.
Okay, so at what point does having a conversation with people from each?
Let me finish.
I think we have these policies that are already formulated. They really take time to actually come into law. We have policies. These are instruments that have been formulated by young people and even undergone various processes to become law. But here comes the catch, is that they are not working. Implementation level is very low in this country.
Okay.
And so we are asking the government that we are not condoning that moving forward. And in fact, we are demanding fresh elections so that we can have new accountable leaders that we can actually speak to. We cannot have a dialogue. When you're talking about the president coming to X, how many young people, when you look at the digital dividend, how many young people will be missing out
and
that very specific conversation?
People to speak.
That is another thing.
We know
Sankara
the
is
institute
raising.
bring his people to speak on behalf of us.
We've seen. If I finish, Brian,
Yeah.
we've seen so many emerging councils saying that we're the ones
speaking on behalf of Gen Z.
No. We've seen Nairobi business community.
People do not even
People not even they don't even own cards.
Here's the thing. Here's my parting shot. There is no discussion on X that will actually connect the issues that we young people in this country
So what I'm getting from you is this. What are the irreducible minimums, are the things you want the executive to actually act on them without having a dialogue with the youth?
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. The government narrative of prudence, financial prudence, is one that is so hypocritical, because you have the traveling packs totally raised from one point I believe 1.6 billion to now 4 billion.
Yeah.
That's traveling packs that these people are using. So we are not going to allow that.
You wonder why they even
So
traveling?
my parting shot as I leave this discussion is that young people across this country, you must remain
united.
Vigilant,
but this is the thing.
Yeah.
Even before you leave,
Yeah.
you haven't answered my question.
We are
This is the
saying
thing.
we are talking about
Let me just
billions,
but
somehow our viewers do not know what a billion is. A billion. We are talking about 4 or 3.
Let me just get
1
the
billion.
Brian's question. Yeah.
1
This is the thing.
billion.
1 billion is a
I'm
lot
just
of-
saying on that. 1 billion is 1 million times 1,000. Just imagine. That's 1 billion. That's
Okay, so this is your last, as you answer this particular question. This is the thing. We have irreducible minimums that you've been able to highlight, right? You say these are the things that we want addressed. Now the president says we need to have a conversation with the youth. And you come out and say, okay, the things that we've highlighted don't need a conversation, right? That's what I've gotten from especially Babu and also you. Those are things that you have highlighted. You don't need to have a dialogue on those particular issues. I believe that there are quite a number in terms of reducing the budget and all that. But then there's one point that you've mentioned that has to do with having conversation with different parts of the country.
Regional level.
So at that regional level, what are we conversing?
I'll tell you this, that each county or each region, if you go to the Nyanza region, the coastal region, the northern region and the eastern region, young people, I believe that my generation have specific issues. You know, they have specific issues within those counties that have failed to work.
All right.
So now young people are demanding accountability.
Right.
They are demanding that we have new leaders, we have a new regime that will listen to us.
Okay.
Because the president has had already 2 years to actually show us that this is the road.
Okay.
This is the road.
Then this one, the plot thickens if at all this was some
So we can. So I am against having a dialogue with the regime that has not listened to us.
Okay, so in short, and thank you so much for your insights, but in short, Sankara, what we are asking for is from the executive level, do this. But as you do this, prepare yourself to get out.
You see, Brian,
Yeah.
actually, this is a very serious issue that we're discussing. The call for nomination of leaders to represent the movement seeking for radical change in governance is a constitutional issue. Because on 8th August, the people of Kenya spoke to elect leaders to execute their constitutional roles, which is legislation, oversight, and above all, representation. The moment you are calling on young people to elect, to choose more young people to come for a dialogue, it is a justification of the failure of Parliament to execute its constitutional responsibility as far as representation is concerned. And therefore, it is imperative that we look at this thing in that angle. The government actions is a justification of the people's demands that indeed we have been failed to be represented. For example, if you are calling upon 100 people, I have asked this simple question: how many youth-led organizations do we have? If that is not to mean that you want to capture this session and do your manipulative business, the government ought to have come out and said in their communication, having assessed the registered youth movements to be 156 in the country, having known that we have 379 civil societies, I'm just using figures to create my point, we have resorted as a government that we are going to nominate at least 5 people from these organizations so that we have a national consortium of people who are going to deliberate on your issues. You wake up, you communicate amidst an escalating tension that you are going to nominate 2 people of either gender. My question is, when did the government come to the realization that the representation has failed the people and now we need to elect young people to go and represent us? We have constitutional bodies like the National Youth Council. It has never done any election. It is doing nothing, but is being paid for doing something that is neither here nor there. So this is going the formal way of going through bodies that exist, is exacerbating these problems even further. Because these people have failed to represent the youth. And therefore it is time that we have one-on-one dialogue with the people. You know, Brian, if I'm elected by the people today, like I'm going to be elected in 2027, because you know, my MP for Kisumu East, Shabir, decided to abscond Parliament, and this is one of the challenges we are saying. He never voted against the finance bill or for the finance bill. He was out of the country. He landed in the country, took a placard at the airport. So his colleagues are voting yes or no in Parliament. My MP, the special one, is voting, is protesting. I reject finance bill at the airport where planes are landing and taking off, people are coming in and going out, and he is not going anywhere around Parliament. So just as I'm saying, just as I'm going to be elected by the people of Kisumu East to represent them in 2027, if I'm elected by the people, why should I find it difficult sitting down and talking to people? These are some of the things that the president ought to have realized, that the problem is here with us. But the problem with the presidency, as I wind up to give my friend an opportunity to speak, some of us who come here, we are God sent because we sacrifice to be here. We speak to people before we come here. If the government would just be keen, they've decided not to speak to people, they should be keen on listening to radio and tuning on to TVs and listen to what we speak, because some of us, we don't mention our titles. We lead youth-led organizations in various capacities. But when we come here, we speak the voices of the people. What we see is victimization of the speakers. You leave this station, you find a very old and well-kept Subaru waiting for you down there. They whisk you away like a rotten egg being taken to a dustbin. They give you a free ride on a public vehicle. Some money that have been used to fund an ambulance to take sick people to the hospital. So prioritization of the government activities is where we get it wrong. The widening gap between the electorate and the elected is what is going to even plunge us to more problems. Let us normalize meeting people, not to bribe them. Let us meet people to have a conversation. Don't speak on us. Let us speak to you. Let us speak together, reason together as a family, because this country, Brian, is bigger than myself. I will die today, I will leave Kenya. But Kenya is here to live. Whatever it is that I'm doing today is what will either make or build this country.
Brian, let me just add something little to what my brother said. He has spoken very well. And I want to speak it from where he's left, that one day we'll die and leave this country. I want to tell it to Kenyans that in this life, and my brother here is a believer and a good pastor of mine, in this life nobody is going to get out of this life alive. So you should not be threatened by anything. Let me tell you, Brian, if you see Kenyans, like it happened on Tuesday, mobilize themselves, come together, and go and present a petition. That was a petition presentation, though it was not written in document, but it was an expression of dissatisfaction by the people. Then that means that whatever they were presenting in that parliament ought to have been done at the grassroots level by their members of parliament, who to some extent failed to do so. Okay. And then, if you look at the leadership of the House, Kimani Ichung'wah, Osoro, arrogance, annoyance, titles, disrespect to the public. The president,
are now very rich.
No, Bran, we are trying, just hold on, we are trying to point where the problem is so that we sort out.
Baba is speaking somewhere.
I want to take you over to Raila Odinga, who is the opposition leader in the country, and he is addressing the press at the moment. Let's get to listen in to what is happening, what he's saying live from Kilelesho, of course.
Gentlemen, we have had a meeting of the Central Committee of the ODM party. Central Committee is the organ of the party that deals with managerial issues in the party and also issues of policy. We have a comprehensive meeting today, and we have a statement which is going to be read to you by the Secretary General, Honorable Edwin Sifuna.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We proceed straight to the statement of the Central Committee meeting of 2nd July 2024, and it is titled, "This is Kenya's Last Best Chance." The Central Committee of the party has this morning held a meeting to deliberate on the ongoing crisis in Kenya. This meeting is happening at a most difficult time for our country, given all that has happened in the last few weeks. We are acutely aware that many families are still in mourning, having lost their loved ones, with civil society groups estimating that over 30 young Kenyans fell to the regime bullets in the course of the street protests. Many of these families are yet to bury these victims. On behalf of the entire ODM party, the Central Committee extends its deepest condolences to all those who have lost their loved ones and pray that God will comfort them in this time of tragedy. We also know that many were injured and some are still in hospital. We wish all of them quick recovery. We are in awe of the Kenyan youth who, through their unity of purpose, have stood with their fallen colleagues and raised vast sums of money in very short times to pay hospital bills for the injured. As a mass movement that has been on this journey of true liberation for a long time, we know how difficult it is to achieve some of the things that we have seen you do. You have absolutely earned our respect as a party, and we salute you. As believers in the right to peaceful protest as enshrined under Article 37, we condemn in the strongest terms possible the abuse of police power in the deployment of violent suppression techniques on innocent and armed protesters. Our position is that no one has to die in exercise of the rights under Article 37. We further condemn the ongoing arbitrary abductions of innocent Kenyans who are carted away in the most violent and inhumane manner and held incommunicado for days. As we speak, the reports are that upwards of 50 individuals have been illegally abducted and their whereabouts remain unknown. To make it worse, it is clear that no one in government is ready to take responsibility, to render an apology, or to make amends. The head of state himself has tried to distance his regime from these killings, injuries, and abductions, instead conjuring up theories when everyone can see the blood on his hands. We have the most callous, insensitive, and obtuse regime in the history of Kenya. It is no wonder that chants of RUTO must go are ringing out all across our land. Government must never abdicate its responsibility to protect life and the property of its citizens. And if it does, as RUTO has done, it deserves to go. As a party that was founded on the tenets of social justice, we shall walk the journey of bringing about justice and accountability for all of the regime's crimes since they took power. We stand with the people in their quest to liberate themselves politically, socially, and economically. Kenyans asked us to stand with them against the punitive tax proposals in the finance bill, and we did. Of the 115 members of the National Assembly who stood with the people and voted against the bill on the floor, 73 were in fact members of ODM. We applaud these great patriots and thank them for being true representatives of the people. As a party, we celebrate you for being on the right side of history, and the party has charged the Honorable Opio Wandai and the Whip Junet Mohammed to convey this message to each individual member who stood with the people of Kenya. Sadly, a few of our members went against the wishes of the people and sided with the oppressor, and we will speak to the consequences shortly. In light of this state of affairs, the meeting has resolved as follows. Number one, that it is time for all of us in the political leadership to begin to listen. Listen to what the people are saying and not to our own voices. The young people have spoken in plain language that should be clear to everyone. Let's not be vague. Let's just do what the young people are telling the government to do. Number two, we consider this to be Kenya's last best chance. The youth have given our country our last best chance. We either seize it and swim with it by implementing all their demands, or we ignore it and sink the country altogether. Number three, that the Kenya Kwanza regime must take full responsibility for all the deaths, injuries, and destruction of property arising from the violent suppression of peaceful protests. The president must publicly direct his security organs to forthwith seize the ongoing abductions, an exercise that we believe is being undertaken with his full approval and the approval of the state. He must account for and order the release of all detainees abducted by these security agencies. Number four, that the Independent Police Oversight Authority must expedite investigations into all these incidents, including allegations of mass murder by police in Githurai and in Rongai. We were shocked to watch the president claim on live television that only one life was lost. It tells you how out of touch with reality he is. Number five, that in our view, what happened on the 25th of June 2024 amounted to a vote of no confidence in the RUTO regime. It is clear that this fact is totally lost on RUTO. It is reflected in his petulant proposals on how we manage our economy following the rejection of his tax bill. Instead of focusing on cutting wastage, opulence, and corruption in his regime, he is hitting back at the Kenyan people with threats to cut funding for the judiciary and the county governments. Six, that the ODM party will support credible austerity measures in the executive and in parliament. These two institutions have been expressly indicted by the people as citadels of largesse and wastage, with fresh memory of the invasion of parliament and standing threats for occupation of the executive seat of power. These two institutions must have an honest introspection on their contribution to our current predicament and take measures to lessen the taxpayers' burden. As a party funded by taxpayers ourselves, we will also be taking steps to scale down on our presence across the country and some of our activities to reflect this new economic reality. Lastly, that ODM shall initiate and lead recall processes in the following constituencies in light of the current office holders' repeated violation of their sacred oath and the wishes of their electorate. Number one, Game constituency. Number two, Bondo constituency. Number three, Navaholo constituency. Number four, Kajiado Central. Number five, Ikolomani. And lastly, Suba South in Homa Bay. Thank you. That is the end of the statement. Eric? Yes, sorry. Kirui, can I first take questions that are related to the statement we've read? Brad, yeah, please. I cannot understand that. Now, you think that you support the demand by the youth. One among the demands is the resignation of President. Do you support that? The youth have spoken in clear and certain terms. Let us not pretend like we don't hear what they are saying. You have heard it, we have heard it, RUTO has heard it. Next question. The second question was that the kind of environment that the president is enabling right now, the suppression of police, do you think it supports his calls for dialogue? No, because nobody believes what the president is saying. His actions and words are totally different. And what we have called for in our statement, first of all, is he must publicly speak to his police, publicly, and tell them that he knows what they are doing and Kenyans have asked that he stop. So if he doesn't stop that, really, there is really nothing to discuss. Many of the people he's looking for to have a discussion with are actually in custody. Let's look. Six. Yes. Yes, the criteria was very simple. In our statement, we have said repeat offenders. Those who voted against the wishes of the people in 2023 and again did it in 2024 because there are few who met their Damascus moments this year. Yes, this is the criteria we have applied, look, and we want to be able to focus on these 6 as a lesson to all the others. Is there any other question?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Asanteni sana.
Lunch.
All right, that has been the ODM party, of course, led by Raila Odinga and the Secretary General, that is Edwin Sifuna, addressing the press on what is happening in the country. First, they have condemned the use of force as far as police officers are concerned when it comes to dealing with the protest. They have also condemned the abductions that have been witnessed in the country ever since these protests began. And they're calling on the leadership of the country to listen to the people and do what the young people are asking the Kenya Kwanza government and the entire leadership of the country to do. They've termed this as the Kenya's last best chance to implement the demands of the Kenyan youth. Now, they are also calling on the government to take full responsibility of all the death and abductions that have been witnessed in the country, and IPOA to expedite investigations into the police murders that have been witnessed in different parts of the country, totaling to close to 39 people, according to the Kenya Human Rights Commission. All right, the ODM party has also said that it will initiate recall process in these particular constituencies, that is Gem, Bondo, Navaholo, Kajiado, Ikolomani, and Suba South, for they termed as members of parliament from these particular constituencies went against their responsibility to speak on behalf of the people and voted for the Finance Bill 2024. The criteria they say that they've used to select this is repeat offenders. Those are some of the members of parliament that did this in 2023 and also in 2024 in this particular finance bill. What you're seeing on the screen, on your screen right now, is Waiyaki Way, whereby we see quite a number of protesters and also police vehicles trying to maintain order in that on that particular road, with people engaging them as they try to exercise what we'll say is their democratic right, of course, using tear gas in some instances to try and disperse the crowds that keep on gathering there. Right. Back here in studio with our conversation, we've had, let me come to you, Kabila la Vijana.
Yes.
We've had what the ODM party has, just briefly, if you can comment on what the statement from the ODM party.
I want to echo what the SGODM has said. I think this is the best moment and this is the best time for Kenya to take a turn. And if the president and the government is not going to listen to what is happening, then I think we are heading to a wrong direction.
Okay.
You know, on my way here, I was listening to my brothers. You know, just for a light moment, Ken here, we used to be with him in the party.
I'm still in the party.
Alipigia kona akatuacha.
I'm still among the party. You see, there are two Ken. There's Kennedy Sankara, there's Ken Bab.
There's Kennedy. You know, Kennedy, we were with the Kennedy when ANC joined us.
Okay.
Akapiga chenga akatuacha in this hot soup.
No,
you know, what I want to say is this.
Ruto, and I was not part of their conversation.
You know,
so I don't just join people blindly. If he talked to William Ruto at a personal level and decided to join him, I didn't include me, I didn't buy the ideology. I ship out.
So what I want to say, the conversation that we're having as a country, this is the best conversation. And if I were the president, this is the time he needs to come down and listen what the youths are saying. Demonstrations are enshrined in the constitution, and they must be listened. And I want to thank all the Gen Zs, wherever they are, all the youths. And let me tell you,
some of them are seated on this particular table.
Who are seated here. And I want to confirm here, you know, 60% of the youths who are outside in these streets now, majority of them voted for this government.
Very true.
60% of those who are in the street.
Extreme disappointment.
So this total disappointment, and the president must listen. Now, as sikiza, he has to shuka. Yeah, he has to come down.
So from where you sit, you know, you represent a youth, of course, Kabila la Vijana there.
Yes.
Are we not communicating right as the youth of this country that the president is not listening to? Because hearing you, of course, is hard. It's hard because this is very loud everywhere.
You know,
but why is he not acting on some of the things that you're putting across?
When the demonstration began, Brian, they were very peaceful. Youths came to streets, they demonstrated very peacefully. And they went back. On Thursday, instead of listening on what youths were agitating for on Tuesday, he sent more policemen. I get that. I think as youths, we've tried to communicate. The information is home. But the arrogancy that we are seeing from the government side, everybody knows I belong to the government, I campaigned for this government, I'm in the UDA party, but we've tried to speak even for the officials in the party. We've tried to tell them, this, go talk to the president, let him tone down. But what we are seeing is the arrogance from the majority leader, the arrogance from Osoro, the arrogance from the leaders from the government. So I think it's time for them to listen. This is the best moment.
You say you campaign for this government, Japheth. Now, this is the thing. I'd like to believe you're still part of government, right? Are you?
You know, I'm not part of the government.
Okay, but do you still support the government?
Until they come down.
Until they come down?
Yeah.
So what would you say is the reason also? Because I'd like to believe if the government itself needs, even if it's not listening to the whole population, needs to listen to the youth within its institution, its ranks and all that.
You know, number one, we don't have those youths within the government because we have not been given that opportunity. The last time I was in the office, we tried to raise issues with the party leadership. And we said, since we have no access to State House, kindly, as you visit the president, take this to the president. The problem that we are seeing here are MPs, first-time MPs, some members of parliament, some people around the president who got to power and the power got into their heads. I don't know where they got all this money that they're distributing each and every weekend in fundraising. There's a kind of arrogance that got into these people.
You are not here, but we are buying the same sentiments.
There's a kind of arrogance that got into these people. There is a certain, you know, give me a difference. In the last regime, we were complaining about Matiang'i. Oh, Matiang'i is arrogant. Give me the difference between Matiang'i and Kimani Ichung'wah. We were complaining about Kibicho. Can you give me the difference between Farouk Kibet now and Kibicho? Give me the difference between the former DCI, Kinoti, and these Akina Itumbi. There's no difference. So what they must do is to calm down. It's time we don't buy lies. These people lied to us. These people have been lying to us. Now it's time they change.
Okay.
And I stand for the cause. I support the demonstrations. Now after here, I'm going to the street.
Okay, even when I spoke to you and you are coming, you say you initially you're en route to the Nairobi CBD.
I mean, to advocate and communicate to the government that they refused to hear the people. Actually, this is not a demonstration. This is just passing a communication to the government that it is not as you imagine that it is. Vitu ni mbaya.
Okay. Sangara.
I think, Brian, the president needs to call himself for a meeting with himself first before he can even think of meeting us. because
So-
if the
so such a
president would
moment.
allow some of us here to advise him, only for one day, I'm telling you, Brian, the country will change. Advising us without reservations. I mean, advising him without reservations, because we understand there are people, you know, there are people who are so protective of the presidency. They will not allow you to get anywhere near the president, even if you have good ideas. So you'll always find a bunch of sycophants, people who can barely see beyond their nose.
Okay.
They are sitting around very powerful positions that determine the future of the generations to come.
Okay.
So if the president can be smart enough, just a day, he prays a lot, he goes to church. Why don't he just walk up from where he is? Just walk, abruptly. Pick one of the young men or women seated in that church. Ask them the situation in the country, because his deputy president had already confirmed to us that the National Intelligence Service has failed. This is why should we believe a communication from the president and doubt the communication from the deputy? This is an institution, the presidency. So one is defending while the other one is attacking. So we conclude as the people, and people who give unbiased opinion on the governance of this country. Because if I start taking stands, I will barely speak anything positive that the government can buy it. But because I sell unbiased opinion, the presidency has communicated that the National Intelligence Service has failed it. The DP was claiming that the wanton and justifiable abductions are being conducted by the National Intelligence Service and not the DCI. You can see the government is inciting itself against the people. But again, I welcome divisions in the executive. At least for the first time, we are getting to know the truth. You hear some of the things I see in the street. You had previously, you know, history is replicate. The Sonko confession. Sonko confessed how this government would buy old vehicles, stage them on the roads, set them on fire, with youth branded in ODM t-shirts.
So
It is in the public domain, not my words. You find out the people Sonko was referring to are some of the most powerful people in this government today. So all these old tactics may not really sell. The government need to be strategic.
Probably even the coffins we have seen, probably maybe the coffins we have seen.
Because we know, you see, this generation Anwai, this is a very different generation. You are the generation of our fathers were people who feared gunshots and bloodshed. This is a population, a generation that upon the smell of a bloodshed, they turn into wild animals and they would want more. You can see people being shot and they get up, they are shot, they go down, they still get up. So what does that communicate? That the government really needs to understand what is
the old tactics that have been used to deal with people who are advocating
we
for
have
their
Moi
rights.
boys.
We can't do that.
You know, some people are doing the right job at the wrong time. You are employed under Moi regime when power, even the deputy president, who is a political orphan from the Moi family, would confirm to you that those days were dark. I have just mentioned today that as we seek to fight freedom as a price, the repeal of Section 2A of the independent constitution costed people's lives, costed their vital human organs at the expense of freedom. Even this one, the people have already known that freedom is never free. They are now ready to fight. But again,
that's the question I was asking earlier. The price to pay. Are
the
people
price
ready to pay the
Do
price?
we really have to die for us to have some of the basic things implemented? Look, the president knows very well that young people, actually this conversation, for the first time, the only demonstration that is accountable, a demonstration that is focused with achievable targets, that we want accountability when it comes to public management of resources. We want accountable spendings. We will find the president knows very well that we are agitating the debt refinancing strategies. Then he says, because you have rejected the finance bill, I am going to borrow.
Okay.
We are against borrowing. There are countries in Africa that have never borrowed. Look at countries like Libya, Botswana, and another one. They've never borrowed even a cent from IMF. But IMF is a very wrong institution, because today as we speak, I was eating maize yesterday. This maize happened to be organic, very sweet, and some pop-up from the village. I can tell you, Brian, organic farming is the most sustainable way of farming. But IMF, as we know, has got 100% rule of seed certification. These certified seeds, we are fighting, they create climate change crisis. They create funds that do not even get to Africa. Then they are the ones benefiting from these funds. Then they create for you punitive laws like the eco-levy. Are we at par with manufacturing giant economies like Japan, China, and America? Are they taxing their people on eco-levy? Where do you think of taxing Kenyans? The imagination of thinking of introducing that tax with it even being rejected and dropped. Dropping is not an issue. We must investigate the motivation behind the suggestion. Okay. How do you even think of suggesting such? Manufacturers ab initio, you tax finished product, you only tax me on the import duty. But here I am manufacturing the same here, you want to tax me on the raw material?
That's why Brian, before Japhet come in, we are more concerned about the motivation. Because, let me tell you, if young people, not people, but young Kenyans could have not stepped out to tell this government that you are not going to pass this thing, that thing could have passed by now, shamelessly. Yeah. Let me tell you, let me ask you a question, Brian. You're a journalist, and I believe you do research here and there. Why do you think a poison has an expiry date? Yet it is a poison. If this water expires, it becomes poison. But a poison in its existence has an expiry date. So what happens after it has expired? That's an explanation that the system is already rigged. This system as it is rigged. And that's why when the president was now rejecting his own finance bill, which his puppets in parliament had passed, and now the puppets are sitting behind were clapping, and you see Osoro shamelessly clapping. This guy has now rejected. Let me tell you.
The journalist who is asking, what about development? Development guy.
It is a shame. You know why we are so much bitter with the young members of parliament misbehaving? Those are the people who make the situation look like youth cannot be trusted by leadership. Yes. Because somebody like Osoro, a young man, somebody like Shum, a young man.
Actually, this parliament has given a reason as to why young people should not be allowed to lead, but that is harm to young people.
Given a leadership opportunity to lead a national assembly. When we had people like Kenneth Marende, people like Ole Kaparo as speakers of this country, you could switch off your TV, close your business, and go and listen to what the parliament is doing.
The 10th parliament.
Look at that. Today, what happens? You don't even care whether they are passing the bill or nothing, because these guys have shown us that they've reduced this house to an individual interest. What is the boss saying?
You heard what Millie Odhiambo said, that as they were running out to safety, she came back, she left her bag only to find the appropriation bill being passed by parliament. So you wonder,
not even parliament, by members of UDA.
By members of UDA. So do we really have a house that represents the people?
Okay, yes. Let's UDA member now put it on context.
Listen, you know, in the last campaign, we were agitating for youth leadership. And we really worked hard, tirelessly, day and night, to ensure that the youthful members that we had, the youthful aspirants that we had then are elected.
Okay.
That's when, as Kabela Vijana, we decided to sponsor some.
Yeah, I remember that.
You remember that? But unfortunately, when these people were elected and got into power, power got into their heads. Young and youthful leadership in parliament are misleading Kenyans. The arrogance, the kind of arrogance that we are seeing in them, not only in the government, also in the political party that we fought for, in a party that we built. In fact, we were moving from one house to another, doing the registration, membership registration for UDA. But when it came to even the grassroots elections, you know, there's some who are calling me and asking me, why are you quiet on what is happening? I told them, why it has reached with this government, then we have to wash our hands. You know,
but if you wash your hands, my friend, why you
washing your hands and joining the revolution?
Listen, we are joining the revolution.
What Japhet is saying,
that's why we're in the streets.
What Japhet is saying is very sad. Let me tell you. I want to speak from a political party perspective. Do you want to tell me that in UDA, as it stands right now, or before, during elections, towards nominations, Karen Nyamu was the best woman to sit in the I'm not being personal, but look at how does a nominated member come and tell us? How does a nominated member come and tell us that we have talked with somebody, we are going to give tampons to primary and high school students? Do you know what a tampon is? A tampon cannot be used by a girl who is still a virgin. That's what
mention the nominated
let's make it blunt.
Okay.
So what we are saying, what this guy is saying is true. At the nomination point, that is where the youth were shot. On the
directing opportunities to
on
the
head.
people, and the people against the president today
And that's
are
what I'm telling you,
men.
60% of the youth in these streets, majority of them are UDA members.
Disappointed.
Very
Extremely.
Lied to.
A good
Beyond
number of
repair.
But we are saying these people must go.
Mwaka huu na ile next month.
Okay, let's come back to one of the things that I've had the ODM party to speak to. And in terms of this disappointment, that a lot of people feel like they're very disappointed, especially with their members of parliament. And the ODM says they should initiate the process of the recall process of these members of parliament that went against the wishes of the people. And I've seen also there's a member of parliament that voted yes, of course, who is from the UDA party. The members of his constituency are actually saying we are going to recall you. I'll get the name later.
Even in Kisumu East, we are going to recall Shakil Shabir this year. We are not going to wait for 2027. The constitution provides for recall after 2 years. Si tunaingia August next month. Yeah. He is going home. We are going to
let's talk about this recall process. Are we likely to see it bear fruits at the end of the day, so that you get to express your dissatisfaction with your member of parliament?
Do you know what's going to happen, Brian? And I want to urge youth from every corner of this country, let's go back and recall these leaders. But I think these demonstrations are not enough. Let us continue the demonstrations at the same time as we recall them back home. On my way here, I was reading from today is on 1st July. The national speaker and the majority leader's salary
have been increased.
In
the same country where 100,000 teachers
conversation
will
must
miss salary.
start from there. We are talking about their salary. Mshahara kwanza ishuke, and here you are telling us that their salary
increased.
We are paying increase too much.
I think what need to happen,
Jafet,
just to add on what you're saying, what need to happen is that lady at the SRC first should go home.
She is serving political interests instead of serving the people's interests.
She needs to go home.
How do you justify an MP who absconds parliament? Let me use Mr. Shakil Shabir as the case of in example. You boycott voting in parliament, which is representation, on grounds of representation, oversight and legislation.
He was outside the country and not explaining what he was doing outside.
Shakil comes in because this payment will affect all of them. He was elected. You increase the salary of Mr. Ahmed Shakil Shabir as a member of parliament for Kisumu East. Then a teacher who has been teaching, removing stupidity while inserting wisdom and knowledge into children's brains so that they rise as responsible, dependable citizens who are meaning well and progress for this country. You are telling us for the month of July, because we are going to pay more on MPs, you people will go without salary. We are speaking at the midst of an inflation. We are speaking at a midst of a situation, a political crisis that we have in the country. No one cannot survive on anything. And then you are telling us you are going to pay politicians more than you pay professionals. Since when in the world did a member of parliament start earning more than a doctor, start earning more than a teacher? But what we need to do?
We need to enhance. Let me put it just a moment. We need to enhance professionalism and empower professionalism. You cannot say in that parliament there are people who never went to school, and you know that. I don't want to mention name, but you cannot say that somebody like that. You cannot say that somebody like that is going to be given more salaries than a doctor, a lawyer, a teacher.
Okay, so let me come
as I finish, we really need, before you ask me the question, we really need to re-examine the goodies that are attached to political offices. In my own opinion, as the protests are going on, some of the justification and bare minimums we are going to make is to have extremely pathetic situation for elected leaders in those offices. As a leader, you are elected to serve and not become a boss. Why should we have 100 billion attached to MPs to do CDF disbursement, where they demand an electoral card? How do you tie education, which is a basic right for every child, to a mere political exercise that ends in a day? Why should we go ahead paying MPs more than people who produce farm produce? Agriculture is the backbone of our economy. President William Ruto's regime, under the advice of Kimani Ichung'wah, yule kijana anaitwa Osoro, have sold fake fertilizer to our farmers Who are our parents? We are now staring at a scenario where we are going to have inadequate food supply. This is going to affect even the export that we do, because agriculture is the basis of our economy. In traditional African society, children and fathers went to farms to produce crops to make families self-reliant and sustainable. In this case, a government that operates on our taxpayers, when I go to the supermarket, I pay VAT. That VAT is translating into what governments used to spend on. How do we manage fiscal discipline while making realistic and attainable tax tax targets? So the fiscal indiscipline in this administration is some of the things that are pushing people beyond the limit. I speak here about fiscal discipline. I feel burning and exploding like a tear gas canister thrown in the hands of a wrong police officer, almost getting out 3 of my hands out. So, Brian, we really need to have a country that people are going to respect the rule of law, that we are going to have a country where people are accountable to leadership. And we should ensure that these goodies that are attached to these officers, you are living alone, Brian. You are working alone in an office. Then we elect you 1 month to the office. You need someone to drive you. You need someone to protect you. You need someone to write for you.
And as a member of his party, I want to remind the president, and I want to tell him, he failed right away from his appointment. You know, you've got 3 major ministries in this country: agriculture, education, and the other one is
health.
And health. Look at the people he appointed in those documents. Look at this man Linturi.
The only qualification he was told to have is to go and shave off his beard.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Did you know Nakhumicha? What has ever Nakhumicha done in this country? Do you know someone like Machogo? Machogo has never.
He was a failed politician.
Okay, so let's focus.
When this guy is bringing up that point, just give him time. It's not an issue of mentioning name. We are putting the president on check.
We are ready to be arrested.
We are putting the president on check because the problem. What he's saying. Those are the problems we are having.
I get you. No. Just a moment.
Just a proceed.
No.
We need the serious appointment.
Okay.
Serious
a moment. Take a glass of water first.
Let me chip in on the issue.
No, wait. I need to finish it. I need to finish it, Jaffa. Your water is down here, but I think you guys need a glass of water. So I was talking about the issue to do with representation, especially when it comes to members of the National Assembly. And we are in the process of recalling that. And I want us to exhaust that first before we get into where the mistakes were done when it comes to appointment in different particular ministries that we are now looking at and saying, by the way, we need to cut on these ones. And some of the people that you put in office are not very effective on some of the mandate that they're supposed to be doing. Let's focus on recalling these members of parliament, because that is where Kenyans feel like they were really, really let down, especially with the arrogance that you're actually putting out. When you speak to youth and when you lead these particular movements of youth and when you oppose the government, when we start the process of recall, where do we start from?
You know, recalling members of parliament, it doesn't need any direction. The constitution is very clear. It has given us this mandate to recall them after, I think, 2 years.
Yes.
After 2 years. And August, I think next month, we are ready to start recalling them. In fact, what we only need, you know, the Gen Zs have no head and they have no tail. We begin from nowhere. As long as we achieve the objective of what we want. So the recalling members of parliament, I want to urge all youths, wherever we are, as demonstrations continue, retreat back to your constituencies. See whether that person who is serving as your member of parliament voted for, number one, the illegal finance bill that we had. Number two, the arrogancy. If this person is fit to hold that seat. Number three, if that person is doing exactly what you sent him to do in parliament. If he's not, start immediately collecting the signatures. Come together as youths, start signature collections. Let's recall any leader whom you feel does not serve us. And you know what, Brian? What I want to urge my colleagues outside here, not only our members of parliament, any docket that we feel, in fact, it's not about the RUTO must go slogan. Any docket that we feel is not serving our purpose. Any docket that we feel is not doing what is supposed to be done. we need to visit that office.
Okay. Brian, on the context of recalling, Article 97 and 98 of the Constitution dictates very clearly that an electorate can recall a member of parliament. But now where we have an issue is that throughout this process, there must be an existing IBC. Throughout this process, this issue must go to parliament for the seat to be declared vacant. Now that's where the bone of contention is. Do we have an existing IBC? And that's why I'm saying that in this country we have a problem with honesty and genuine executions. Up to now, we are not having a system of IBC, and it is intentional. Because the executive also understand that the parliament has been captured and the leaders within the parliament are failing, and the possibilities are there that these guys can be recalled because the grounds of recalling them are very valid and substantive. Now we do not have an active IBC. Get that? We have to constitute the IBC for this process to manifest. Number two, if we had an IBC, do we have a Speaker of the National Assembly who is trustworthy enough, who is honest enough to declare in the floor of the House that Kimani Ichung'wa, Kikuyu constituency, members of electorates have recalled you, and therefore your seat is vacant? Do we have that person? Those are the questions we are asking. The credibility, the honesty, okay, that the objectivity of the leaders we have. I want to tell you for a fact that even if we call members of parliament today, those who voted against the will of the people, the 109, look at that, we call them today, we do not have a speaker in that house who will stand confidently and stand with this country.
So what you're trying to say is it's a process in futility, as much as
no, it's a process that can happen, but we are questioning the leaders who are in between the intermediaries.
So then we are not trusting any institutions that have been put in place to be able to help
Bradley,
us.
that's what we are saying. Kenya currently as it is, we don't have that honesty person who can stand up and do the right thing. Exactly. That's why these people are in the streets. So we will recall you as we continue cleaning.
In that process, and I've mentioned, there's, like you just said, you collect signatures, you identify the issues. Up to now, we have more than 1,000 issues to recall these members of parliament, more than it. But now the issue is, let me tell you, Bran, you are you are a journalist, but some of these things are, in as much as there is independence of the media, you from inside here and other journalists, you know that independence of yours has been curtailed, and you are not free to talk about. Let us talk about it on your behalf. Get this from me. Then the non-existence of IBC in this country is intentional. It is intentional. And we do not have, just like he said, we do not have honest leaders in that house. That house is a house at test. And it's a house of question.
So Ken Babu, my question is this. We want to do the process of recalling, right?
Okay.
But now we are not trusting the institutions that have been put in place to help us, carry out that particular exercise to the end. We are like, we will collect signatures, yes, but when it comes to a point where the speaker gets to announce that members of your constituency have actually recalled you, that now we want to declare your seat vacant. You don't trust that is a possibility.
You don't trust the guy on the seat.
So then why are we doing this?
Saying.
Why should we start? Just a moment. Why should Sankara start the process of recalling the members?
Let us not first of all put a blind eye on the wave that is outside here. For now, anything can happen, and anything will happen.
And because we've realized that this process, it's somehow curtailed in the process. There's a curtailment.
Every single process in Kenya has been curtailed.
That's why we are saying, and you are hearing the voice of the people out there, that this guy, the entire presidency, the entire government should go home. The president has the power to wake up and say that we are disbanding this government.
So, Bran, before we begin on the recall, this is a better said than done practice in the Kenyan political arena. Due to the procedural technicalities that are raised by the political class. As far as recall is concerned, it is not a huge process though, but the politicians in place are making it very difficult because under Article 104, in reference or as quoted with Article 97 and 98, they they acknowledge the authority of the people to recall a legislator. But now let us speak of the process. The process first initiates or begins with IBC. The recall stages, the petitioner, who is a registered voter, is to collect signatures from at least 30% of the registered voters in that constituency. And the signatures must include at least 15% of voters in at least half of the wards in the constituency. So that is process one. The second process, the petitioner submits the collected signatures to the IEBC during submission, and petition has been submitted a list of grounds of impeachment. On the grounds, we have gross misconduct, violation of the constitution, an electoral offense, blah, blah. They form 4 grounds, or 3 of the 4 grounds that constitute the removal of an MP from office.
Huyu jamaa najaribu kusonga huku wanifuata.
I've not done anything. I've not done anything. I've not done anything. I've not done anything. I've just arrived in town.
Sikaraunda mimi pale ni nyuma dona.
Bwana. Nimeshuka kwa maji. Mimi msema maji. Unakunywa maji. Nimeshuka kwa
Alafu watakuja sasa kwa miti. Wanaona elements.
Jacket lakini
Nishikia hapa. Acha nivae jacket. Amekwambia
mdogo. Ya kulipuka ya blue ndo mbaya. Hizo ndo zinatoka. Ikitoka kwa hiyo kitu. Nilikuwa naenda tu hapo. Hata sikuwa naenda maskini hapo. Nimetuma kadi zako.
Right, these are live pictures coming to you from the CBD here in Nairobi. Of course, just seeing police using tear gas to try and disperse protesters who are hurling stones at the police officers, because it's been a running battle, for the better part of today. Whereby we've been able to see quite a lot of action happening on the streets. What you've been able to see just a few minutes ago is that there's hurling of stones at police officers and the use of tear gas to try and disperse the protesters who are gathering on the streets of the CBD. Right now, of course, some of the protesters gathering, they are just, as they continue with their picketing, which we say is, of course, their constitutional right, with police officers trying to disperse them and bring sanity and calm back to the city of Nairobi, because as it stands at the moment, there's stopped, it's somehow come to a standstill whereby businesses have been closed. Operations in the city, of course, is not as normal in other days, and the protests have taken a different turn with what we've been able to experience in the past few weeks, whereby in the past few weeks it was a little bit calm and organized kind of protest that did not get to disrupt a lot of normal activity in the CBD. There was a full operation of matatus and also businesses in the central business district. But today it's somehow different. Shops have been closed and of course tear gas all over the city and stones being thrown at these police officers who were by protesters who are trying to make their way to some of these streets to just make their voice heard as far as these protests are concerned. That has led to the paralyzing of businesses across the city of Nairobi, and as we continue to cover that, yes, we continue to update you what is happening as far as these protests are concerned, and where and how the police are engaging protesters, trying to, well, what is happening. Let's come back to, we've been able to see what was happening in Nakuru. Those are, clip of a mother and parents are trying, very saddened by what is the kind of force that has been used. And this is not one. This is just one of the many parents. One of the many parents that have been, have lost their kids during this particular protest. You are young men, engaging in this particular protest. When you see the kind of pain that we are seeing today from parents who've lost their kids, and the kind of statements that we're getting, and the lack of accountability, taking responsibility for the deaths that have been occasioned by these protests, especially by the state, what does that speak to?
I think one, the lack of accountability and arrogance in addressing these issues is one of the reasons which is catalyzing the protest. Recently we had the roundtable meeting with the president, the interview, at the media house, and when he spoke about the young man in Dubai, it was so sad. It was very sad because I watch TV and I've seen that woman like 3 times before the president spoke, and she kept mentioning the 8 minutes. You get that? And I tend to understand maybe the advisors or the people around the president or the president himself. Maybe he might have not heard the news, but in your real sense thinking as a person, can you be shot? I don't feel can be shot 8 times and survives it, because we had the president asking if he's alive. If the young man's alive, right? But he was asking like, guy, he's alive. No?
What do you tell the mother of the kid who was shot 9 times? He's alive, right?
Exactly, that was the question. What do you tell the mother of the kid who was shot 8 times? And then he's asking, he's alive, right? Now what I'm trying to think, if that woman was watching that interview, of which I believe she was.
She did what she asked.
I mean, how did she react to that? And then today, I think yesterday or today, the government pathologist who went to conduct postmortem to that young man comes and tells us in public, shamelessly, that the young boy was shot once, and the bullet penetrated through the arteries and the arteries. That's why he died. I mean, what kind of system is this?
Okay, let me ask this. Does that then make you feel like the head of state is someone who doesn't have, is not in touch with what is happening on the ground?
Allow me wrap up my submissions. If that's a government pathologist sent by the government in the presence of the mother who has lost a child, says that this child was shot once, and because of the implications of the bullet into the arteries, he died. Whereas the mother standing there saying that this boy was shot 8 times, and even the dad to that baby said that we are not in agreement with that report. And up to now, no government official has come out to explain whether it was a mismatch or miscommunication. To me, they are comfortable with lying and telling the public things are not true. Let me finish up. We have Ministry of Youth Affairs in this country. We have Ministry of Health in this country. We have not seen the minister in charge of youth coming out to condemn police brutality on young people. We've not seen the Minister of Health trying to find out how can we provide alternative blood donations for these people who have been shot. I mean, what kind of a regime is this?
They are running the health or government service deliveries based on political affiliations. Just a moment, Jeff. When injustice becomes law, resistance becomes a duty. The people are now feeling oppressed. At this rate, I am not going to quote the constitution anymore. We have said it over and over. The right to life is under Article 26, Section 3, Article 26.3, and it says, no one shall be deprived the right to live intentionally, except under circumstances justified or authorized by this constitution. I don't think the right to peaceful protest justifies human life elimination. At this point in time, I have talked to the government over and over. I have addressed the president and the presidency and the leadership around the presidency. But it seems as they put in Swahili, sikio la kufa alisikii dawa. I don't know what it means, but I know it means something close to what I'm saying. They have refused to listen to the medicine, and I think it is the years of death. It will never listen to anything. Now, and it translates to a scenario whereby you cannot save a sinking ship. The ship is already sinking. No amount of rescue initiatives we are putting in place that is helping. Today, we are going to count new bodies, fresh bodies being shot, because already in Migori a life has been lost. We are counting more losses. How do you call for a dialogue with that scenario? It needs to be a ceasefire. At least call off the police off the streets, order them to vacate the streets completely. Let the youth see that the government, through the president, has listened to them. The police has been withdrawn effectively. We will not really deploy the military while we have the police injustices also at place. So let us see the police going off the street and corner the youth and tell them, you wanted us to stop. I have relieved the police of their duties in the street. Would you now consider calling off the protest as I find an alternative solution?
There's an argument that police officers are there to make sure that people do not get to destroy other people's
business. Based on what you've seen, Brian, now let me, for the first time, allow a guest to ask the rest of the question. What you've seen, I know you are not here to give your opinion, but just to guide us. Do you agree with the statement you've made that the police are there to protect property? Which property are they protecting? There is no property that surpasses human life. Human life is paramount. So they have failed to protect the property, and thank you for bringing that point as I wind up. It is very, very, very sensitive that we are discussing this, because believe you me, in a scenario where the citizens start protecting their wealth against destruction in the presence of the police, I am telling you, we have been praised as an island of peace amidst a turbulent sea. But what I'm seeing, the ship has started leaking, and very soon we are going to drown if we are not careful, because that is how will we know that so and so is protecting their business truthfully? How will we know that these are not people who have been hired to paint negatively the protest? How will we know who is who and doing what? Please, just be Kenyans.
There's a question you asked whether the president has lost legitimacy. Not touch. I talked about touch. If he's not trusting anybody, let him trust what I'm telling him. I belong to his political party. I campaigned for him. And do you know why people are hungry? Is because when he was campaigning, he spoke to us exactly what we wanted to hear. He was in touch with the ground. He spoke on the problems that we are going through then. In fact, he spoke to our hearts. We moved from one economic block meetings, from one county to another. In fact, I went to almost 20 counties in economic blocks. Western, here in Nairobi, we had one in West Coast. And whatever that the president was speaking was the reality, what was affecting Kenyans. When we got into power, we don't know what happened. And that's what I'm telling you, majority of the people, and if you look at the towns where demonstrations are, majority of those towns, can you imagine LA town having demonstrations, Nakuru town having demonstrations, Nyeri having demonstrations, Murang'a, where we got votes? Where were our strongholds? Where we knew that these are president's strongholds. Those are the places that are. What I'm telling the president is, ask yourself, why is it that the hustlers who trusted you, who nobody listened to you. The popular man in the hustlers are the same people outside to demonstrate against you. So I think the president, that's why I've said the president needs to calm down and not holding meetings, the committees. The president needs to calm down. I've seen him calling church leaders to State House.
I've said I have a lot of action happening in the streets of Nairobi. The police officers, of course, are just trying to disperse people who are taking to the streets to protest.
That is, I think, an active training session. What's
happening in Nairobi town? This is a movie. The president needs to stop calling people to State House and go where people are. Okay. He needs to call youth in every county, sit down with them. This issue of having a committee to talk about matters affecting youths. Okay.
Let me pose something to you, because now you worked with the president and you campaigned with the president. This is the thing. The other day he was asked a question. He was told, you see, a lot of people do not associate you with the truth. And it was Mr. President, a lot of people asking, when will you stop lying? When he was campaigning, at what point did you believe that whatever he was saying at that particular moment was the truth? How are you convinced?
You know, Brian, today I come and tell you whatever that you're in, the tie is blue, you'll believe me. Well, that tie is blue. Because it is tomorrow. And if tomorrow I come and find you wearing the same tie and start arguing with you that tie is not blue, it's black, definitely you start telling me you're a liar. This is not black. You know, when the president was talking to us then, he spoke on issues affecting Kenyans. Everybody saw what the president was talking about, the candidate William RUTO. He spoke on issues that were affecting us directly, and we believed, because whatever that he mentioned then was what was affecting us. But when he came to power, he did opposite of what he told us. And the reason I wanted the president to know that it is not about hating him, it's about a rotten system. After Tuesday's demonstrations, we had demonstrations in our headquarters. Youths who came to tell the party, go and tell the president he is not doing what. And that was because of your party, right? And these were people that we worked with, now you see, in the party.
So I'd like to understand this, Jeffrey, because you belong to the UDA party, right? These are youth in your party that the president 18 months into office seems to have lost touch with them, to be able to tell him, by the way, as the youth of this particular nation, these are our grievances. At what point did they stop communicating with the people directly? Not the whole nation, but just even from your own political faction.
You know, it began even after being sworn in. That's where the problem began. And I sensed the problem from within the party immediately. That's when I started realizing there are things that are not working even within the party. Whatever that you are seeing people talking about the government began from the political party itself. The appointments that were being made in the party. You saw the other time even Millicent Omanga came up with a list of the Shemedis, the Laws, and the brothers of the Secretary General being appointed in the party. Do you want to tell me, Brian, that of all these people who worked with the president, when they had nothing, they believed in him, when he was not a president, did not qualify to be appointed in the party that they had built themselves?
But not a lot of people that work to the president got appointed in a different position.
I think then we are wrong. We are inside.
This is the end of the president. Could you say the number of people that work to the president were many and the positions are limited?
Then when you say that those who work with the president were rewarded, you are insulting this. Let us insulting the youth generation. There are many young people who work with the president, and I can within a year, our Secretary General was a Secretary General with two political parties. He was in the ANC, came to UDA, and became a Secretary General. We are telling you that another person was qualified to be a Secretary General of the party. We were the registered members, we worked with the party. We are telling you that we had nothing. All of a sudden, there's a young man who has been appointed as a director of the communication in the party, somebody Maliba.
Maribo is in DAP. You're a member of my party. He invited you using DAP Kenya. Yeah, now he's the director of communication with the UDA party. Do you want to tell me no other people to be appointed? Do you work with that party? The other time you saw the president has appointed the former Bungoma governor Wangamati to a certain office. You know, sometimes we look at what is happening and we are like, should we trust what they're telling us now? And that's where the lies are coming out.
Let's talk about if at all there's a room for redeeming oneself, especially with the head of state and the ground, because now we're talking about has he lost touch with the ground, because he seems not to, based on what we've been able to see, understand the pain that people are going through down here when it comes to people that have lost their lives, how many have lost their lives and things like that. Parents here are crying, but the empathy that you would expect to see from the head of state, from your own words and from what you've been able to see, we've not been able to get that from him. Is there room, or is it too late already right now for the head of state to redeem himself with the population?
In his interview, he was asked by Escalating, when will you stop lying? So when the president was asked when he will stop lying, and then here on his first day of State of Nation address, he never appreciated the provisions of the Constitution that provides for peaceful protest, and also potentially anticipate a scenario where a gang of Maridas can hijack the process, infiltrate and water down the entire gains of this group. He went ahead and called all these people dangerous, treasonous criminals. I don't think at this point in time reasonable statement will call off people the street. You know, at times it is said, better say less, intimidate people by speaking less, because the more you speak, the more usual, common you become, and the likelihood of saying something foolish sets in. So at this point in time, the president cannot come to mourn the deaths of these people, because at first he congratulated the police. What was he congratulating the police for? And the bosses, the people you've employed, the media, where is the fourth estate, has informed you of mass or unjustified use of force against peaceful protesters, by extension, elimination of lives. And then you rise to read a statement that, pursuant to provisions of Gen Z scrutiny, says it was AI generated. You start congratulating the police for a work well done. Which work was that? Eliminating the lives you were supposed to protect? How will you convince them now that you feel sorry, that you owe to them an apology? At this point in time, no sympathy may really count, because sympathy, personally, I don't like people who sympathize with me. If you can't empathize with me, go away with your sympathy. You need to sympathize, empathize. So these two factors go hand in hand. Even at most sympathy may not work. I don't think whatever with what is happening, at least if there was standstill of activities, especially from the state side, no deployment of armed police officers, the police can come to the streets unarmed. If in an event that they are overwhelmed, they can call for backup. There is now a justification for use of force. Here you come already armed to the teeth with the very dangerous arsenals, tear gas, canisters. Whom do you want to tear gas? You come with guns, bullets, you are shooting at demonstrators. Then you, in your mindset, you are executing violence and you expect reciprocation of peace. My friend, we are all human beings. We cannot entertain. So the president, and there's no
room for redeeming anything.
There is, I think there is room for every other thing, but the redemption side, rais amechoma CV yake na makaratasi na kila kitu.
Brian, let me just dive into the issue of police slightly. You know, the kind of arrests we've seen so away from the protests, those after protest arrests. I mean, I don't understand. For instance, a case study of Alfred Keter. That guy was, if that is the
constitutional definition of an arrest.
Not constitutional, but the government definition of arrest. If that is what they define as an arrest, then we're in a big danger. Because tomorrow, we are going to be arrested by people we don't know. And then for us, we assume that they are police officers. Little bit, before we know it, your body is in the So the government must not make it look like a police, somebody civilian who is not willing to identify himself, covering their faces in masks and hoods, should be addressed, should be handled as a police officer. And that's why you find there is so much confrontation and tension between the civilians and the police, because the bind is so much on the people that we know that we are agitating for what is right, but these guys in uniform are just here to contain us. But there is a group somewhere who are not even, and we have just seen some of them here on the screens. They have covered themselves fully, so they just rotate within the town and pounce on you. Let me ask you, if somebody pounced on you, like, because the situation right now, the situation is so bad. If somebody pounced on me that way, then I react badly and they may lose their lives. When the government now starts wailing that all the citizens are killing the police officers, those people should not be classified as police officers, because they are putting the image of the police service on jeopardy. I call them and look at these people. You think, and I want to tell you, on Tuesday I was in town, and to some extent I thought there were not going to be mandamandos until the police officers started throwing tear gas. No, we were with you. We were with you. Yes, in the morning. In fact, we were even asking ourselves, are these Gen Zs when they give up in the coast? But a police officer just come from their lorries and start tear gassing a group of people chanting, and a group of journalists. He ordered the journalists to vacate the streets. And I was asking him, do you have the land title deeds of this street? Where do you want them to go? They are doing their job. You do your job. So that was the genesis. That was the genesis of for me, I feel there is still room for redemption. There's still room for redemption. How does it redeem itself? Stop lying to the president. For me, I believe so. President William Samoei Ruto will be the man that I knew and that I decided to campaign for. Remember, I came from a constituency that was predominantly an opposition zone. But I took that risk to believe, because I sat down, listened to his manifesto, we went around, listened to him. If only he can be the man that I know, and come down and listen to what Kenyans are saying, he can redeem himself. He can redeem himself. Number two, I want him to come down and do exactly what he did during the campaigns. Not send people, not form committees. Yeah. I want him to come in these streets and talk to these young people. By so doing, he can redeem himself. Okay? Because I don't see a reason why the once popular candidate in less than 2 years is all of a sudden unpopular on the ground. Even in his own town, Eldoret, we have demonstrations. So I think if we can take that step and come down. The other time when on Thursday when police killed the young man here in Parliament, I saw him when he came to address the nation. After listening to him, I felt there is a miscommunication somewhere, and it's good that he confirmed that his communication team has failed him. So what I want to call the president, and he's still paying our taxpayers docket in this country, come to these young people. We've seen what is happening. We will mention their names, and depending on whom you are sending home, whom you are going to replace, which office needs to be replaced, and by so doing, the constitutional offices must be brought down immediately. And if you do that, you'll be a darling of most of the young people.
Okay, let me ask this because we've seen protests in this country, and these protests initially were described as a different wave of protests that we've much different from what we've been able to experience in the country before. After this, how do these protests now shape the future of this particular nation? Let me start with you.
The protests are shaping the future of this nation by putting into action various provisions of the Constitution. I think the Constitutional Commission should make me the ambassador, because I've preached very much about the culture of constitutionalism. The people have learned, the people who are elected, these job seekers who are given an opportunity to serve at high table. An MP was just walking on foot the other day to today is driving a vehicle worth 30 million and is earning less than 1 million. The protests have revealed to us that there comes a time that too much of something can be put to a standstill and to an end. The people in power have realized that they are just gatekeepers. The real power belongs to the people. The sovereignty of the people is unquestionable, it is unchangeable, and it is progressive. The protests have revealed the hidden character of the police, what we call a police service. In my own statement, as a patriotic citizen, I do not consider Kenya having a national police service. However, I consider Kenya having a police force, an institution that believes it can only apply force to solve problems. This segment of protesters are not people to threaten with guns, tear gas canisters, and water cannons. These are people to engage, sit to them. Just like our military did. I was in the street, I saw the military van pass by. There were chants and relations of heroism. But immediately the military van went past the police force. I am telling you, bad things started happening. We saw chest pains. Tear gas was flowing like, how do you call it? That thunder rainfall, the convectional rainfall from Lake Victoria, it was too huge. So we going forward must always remember that the sovereignty of the people and the supremacy of the constitution is out of question. We, through this protest, have realized that this is the opportune time to ration the salaries of the MPs and people who are out of public coffers, so that we do not go forward with ballooning the already ballooned wage bill at the expense of service delivery. Today, we use 46% of our GDP to pay what? Salaries. We are using 46. It should be 35. Out of the 100 shillings we are collecting for revenue, we are spending at least, out of 10 shillings, we are spending 7 or 8 shillings to pay for the debts. So the protest has reminded us that even if the executive, parliament has been captured by the executive and the executive captured by IMF, we can actually go for the big fish and capture IMF. Okay, let me come to you in terms of looking at what has transpired in the past few weeks and moving forward in terms of how will the future of this nation look like, and what percentage of it will have been shaped by what we've experienced in the past few weeks.
First, I would like to make it clear that, and I said this before, that in 2027 we are going to have a serious uprise of young people at the ballot, either voting or contesting. Take it from me and put it in the bank. And that will change the dynamics of this country. Because what is happening today might not, it might not feed people's minds by 2027. Because we've seen this. And do you know that as we talk right now, the East African community has communicated, and the cost of oil is going to go up. Double what we have today. That's the status we are right now. The cost of cooking oil, diapers, and pampers that we're talking about here are going to go up as per the East African community. And that thing, if you read through that trend, it is the current government that applied for such measures. So that if the finance bill collapses, we have other ways. We will meet with them at the right time. Back to the question. The protest that you've seen is an organic process, not led by anybody, not political, and not tribal. That tells you that you, Branham Wai, the grandson of Nabongo Mumia, you can want to contest and capture it in 2027. Provided that you have an agenda, you can be an MP there. That's the dynamics of politics that we're going to have going forward. So a tribe-based kind of political, a tribe-based kind of politics, issue-based politics, agenda-based politics. That's why if my brother is saying that the Muindi guy must go home in Kisumu East, I don't have any problem. And let me tell you, as a young people, we are going, and that is what we are doing. That's why you see this thing is not mobilized from anywhere. People are just coming out. This is a youth agenda. It's a youth-centric thing. We are going to vote young leaders by virtue of them being young. leave alone the agenda. How do you maintain momentum? Because I tend to disagree. I believe we come from young people. Let me justify it. We need sobriety in leadership. So it's young. Kimani Ichung'wah was just walking into it, taking selfies. I've been very funny looking photos in the streets of Kiambu. He was young. I'm saying we are going to elect young people. One, they are young. Two, like I said earlier, agenda. That's why I said, if you have an agenda and a proper manifesto, and you are visionary and an energetic person, young person, who can move this country forward. So we can elect you in Kapsaret, we can elect you in Kikuyu and take back that guy who's do you think we need to cap the age at which some people can actually vie for political office? Because let me finish this. This is a young generation, right? Yes. It will get into elective politics. You'll be elected, you will go into the house, but 20 years down the line, you'll still be there and you'll be fighting to still retain your seats. So do we then say, okay, at this particular point, moving forward, should we have a cap and say the population of this nation can only be represented by people of this particular age? Once you're this, can you get up? I think it will be unconstitutional to cap it on age and look at it in this angle. I am young, I am elected, and maybe we cap it at, let's say, the age of 40 and below. So I am elected, I'm going to sit there pretty well doing nothing, knowing that at the end of the day, even if I hit 41 and above, there is nothing they will do. What we can do is to limit the term of an MP. Imagine Shakil Shabir has been my MP since I was in class 4, I'm in class 3. That was way back, I don't know, in 2 or 4 whatever. Since I was very young, the guy has been sitting in the August house, missing and protesting in airport. So, I mean at the airport. So you can imagine the MP I have. So why don't we just come up with a law as the people of Kenya to limit an MP's term to a one-term MP so that we have people deliver, and within this one term, we also provide very strict and implementable strategies of recall so that we have accountable leadership. Let me just chip in before you ask another question. Let me go to Jeff. With the incoming member, I'll give you an opportunity. This guy, no, I'll give you just a moment. Please, just a moment. Kindly. Brian, I think what you can do is to limit the term. But when it comes to age, it's not a war between the old and the young. But this is the thing. You limit the term, and yet we've had conversations around term limits in this country just recently before all these protests were actually happening. Yeah, term limits. No, just listen. What the elected officials were actually saying is that 2 terms, even for a president, is not enough. If you limit the term of a member of parliament to represent you, to one term, they'll argue it is not enough to be able to. The elected leaders that you're talking about are the same leaders that you're discussing and recalling. The reason why they want extra terms, they want more years in power is because of the greed that they're having. A true and good leader can change his area of leadership within a very short time. If they can only understand what about the streets, that is very wrong. These policemen always wait. They can understand. Commentary is my job. Commentary on whatever is happening on the street is my job. Okay, if only they can understand the role and do exactly what they were elected to do. 2 terms are enough. President RUTO served for uhuru served for 2 terms. President Kibaki served for the 2 terms, and we saw what they did. There's no government. Talking about of course, just a moment, the picture that you've been seeing on the screen, of course, you're seeing Kenyans there with what we call wounds, of course. I think that was the photo before. Somehow getting my guests all agitated, I don't know. Okay, let's get back to you, Jaffa. Brian, if we can get the right leadership, if we can get the right people in power, that's our problem. Okay. It's not about the age, it's about having the right people. And that's what I'm telling you, the president, you appointed the wrong people. You got the wrong people into the he appointed the wrong cabinet. I remember, I think it's a year after his election, when he was talking to these people, the people that he had appointed to different parastatals, you remember him saying, I've even come to notice some of you don't even understand. Yeah. So that one can only tell you that he knows the problem that is in his government. What he needs to do is to come out and make sure he changes where change is required. By so doing, and listening to what the young people are telling you,
okay. My next question will be in issues to do with that, because one of the things that has actually come out in this particular protest and the demands that have been put forward is the issue of budgeted corruption, where you say, okay, there are offices that we need to actually be scrapped. Now, I know we've mentioned this in passing as we were continuing with our conversation, but I'd like us to get into the details of that and how looking at that is going to solve the issue of a proper budget first, and also just getting to finance some of the key issues and the key ministries that will be that are very center when it comes to the functionality of the country. Let me start with you, Ken.
Thank you. Brian, if we have many unconstitutional offices in place, and the biggest issue we have is these offices are funded from the exchequer. If you talk of maybe PCS, Prime Cabinet Secretary, the office holder is also the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Why can't we just have a constitutional office which is Minister for Foreign Affairs? Okay, do that. Because if you look at this office, it's budgeted for in billions of money. Do that. Down from that, we have the office now of the spouse. Away from that, we have the spouse of the deputy president. These are not offices articulated within the Constitution 2010, as we envision the devolution. If we scrap all these offices and divert those cash that are being put in these offices to development, I want to tell you we are going to save a lot of money. We talked of CAS. Maintaining those CAS could have costed many millions of money. But now the president put himself forward and said, you're going to stop it and put it aside. I think he needs to step forward and scrap off office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the spouse, the three spouses, because each and every office has a budget. I mean, this issue of innovation left, innovation right, I mean, what are we renovating? How do we renovate a house worth 400 million with 600 million? I mean, 600, you get that, the figures. It doesn't make sense. We need to cut this cost, we need to cut these expenditures, and then going to Parliament, it is high time that we revise the salaries of members of Parliament. Do that, so that we can have a cap for that salary. What will you propose? This guy is so million members saying we can reduce it to 200,000. Yeah, it's okay. Let them put it in at 300 and then erase or put away all these many allowances that they are into. Okay, but a member of Parliament, I think a member of Parliament should be entitled to an allowance, travel allowance on official duty, maybe out of this country. Because if you are going to your constituency to do your constitutional mandate as enshrined by the people, I don't think there's any of you being given allowance to go to. And then, on that official travel, why would I pay an MP from the Kenyan Parliament to go and benchmark an activity in Rwanda that Rwandese claim that the policy was sought from Kenya? Like the dairy farming. We had a bunch of MPs who left Nairobi for Kigali. They went to benchmark to see how dairy business is done in Rwanda. We need to be reminded by the authorities in Rwanda that the policy in place was actually borrowed from your country. So that will not still justify responsible spending. Fiscal discipline, very important. Yeah. I think I have told the president everything that he wants to hear. Maybe what I would advise the entire government is to start doing the opposite. At least for the first time, do not do the same thing every time and expect a different result. Let us do new things in a different way, then get different results. But what I know, whatever it is that is happening in Kenya today, is a revelation of this statement that you can lie to some people sometime, and sometimes some of the people, but not all the people all the time. The president actually set himself on fire
he incited the people of Kenya through their problems against the existing, the previous administration, where he served as the second in command, and by extension an isolation of the deputy president and opposition leader. Now it is time to only promise what you can achieve. Cut your coat according to your size. Do not go on top of roof cars and start telling the people, hawa watu hawajui kile wanatufanyia kwa kuongeza bei ya mafuta, kwa kuongeza bei ya fertilizer, kwa kuongeza bei ya nini. And then you get into office and you start doing the exact opposite. But yes. So going forward, we want accountable leadership. I will always say that the moment we start being accountable, we will have a solution as a country. The moment we start reducing on unnecessary state expenses, look at our current expenditure. We are using a huge balance of that budget on paying, of our budget on paying salaries. So we are paying salaries for counties and people who will not deliver. So service delivery was something to go by. Overtaxation is not a new policy. It has worked in other parts of the world where citizens are extremely taxed, but the services they get are just top-notch. The roads have no dimples like we have in Nairobi. You get sick, an ambulance will flash. I'm not saying will come, will flash to your place and take you to an hospital where you will receive an emergency medical treatment. Come to Kenya. You are sick, you go to an hospital, they tell you, this is an emergency medical service, they tell you, you have to pay some money because the systems are not working. Can we restart the engine? Can we press 1 to reset the engine? Because pressing 1 is just invoking provisions of Article 1, the sovereignty of the people. Press 1 to redeem the engine so that we have a country where, regardless of where I am, I feel safe. The deputy president promised during elections that the police were going to escort drunk people home. What I'm seeing in the streets of today are not police escorting people home, but they are police escorting people to their grave. Those ones are not drunk. Imagine the drunk. These are not drunk people. If I don't forget, Ken, you're distracting me. If I don't forget, they promised us a scenario where the police were going to escort drunk people home. At least we are not seeing the people drunk. Why are they being escorted to the graves? We have seen youths only being targeted as violent as criminals. But in the same instances, we've seen police officers escorting injured televisions to unknown destinations.
When he said we were promised for the deputy president, I thought he was going to mention the people of Kenya are promised to go eat chile na nyama. That's beside the point. Now let me come to you. All these recommendations look good. Yeah. At some extent, they look. When you tell that to someone, they can be done. But let's talk about the goodwill. That is because it requires political goodwill to actually get to achieve this. If we say we want to reduce the salaries of the members of parliament so that because we don't want to be spending so much on recurrent expenditure and all that and paying salaries, a big chunk of our budget going into that. What would be the best rationale to go about this? Because even the same MPs will not to some extent agree to this.
Brian, sometimes it becomes so difficult to answer such questions because of the reason why we're in the streets. The political goodwill, the leadership itself, the readiness, those who are in government to listen to whatever that you're telling them. Imagine if they were to listen to what the young people are telling them first day the demonstrations began. We won't be here seeing what is happening in Nairobi CBD currently. The problem is that we've been having leaders who are not ready to listen. Generally, we have a system that is corrupt, a system that has been curtailed, a system that is rotten. And that's why we are telling the president, listen, it's time you come and listen to us. I've told you I'm speaking as an insider in UDA party, a party that we've got people who are not listening to what people want to tell the president. There is a certain kind of arrogance that you're seeing people surrounding the president. What the president must do, number one, he has to reshuffle his cabinet and get the right people. Number two, he has to go to parliament and replace leadership in parliament. For us to start, so these are the immediate things. These are the immediate things that he needs to do. In fact, these are an action that he should have done even yesterday. Kimani Ichungwa is not a majority leader. Balance of sorrow. People like, I don't know what happened with Ndindi Nyoro. That man was reasoning. I don't know what happened with him. You know, so what the president must do, he must start by reshuffling. Look at what Moses Korea says in public. And that's a cabinet secretary that you want to trust. Look at the kind of leaders that the president appointed. You know, all this mess, the president can get a solution to it if he listens to the young people.
Right.
Before you,
as you had just a second.
Yeah. You know, I listened to Emuru Dikir, a member of parliament, Nyema. And in fact, he confessed himself. He said the police shot the people. The police shot people, and again he said, as a member of parliament, he can confess that he has been going out for benchmarking, coming back, and if you ask him what he has built here that he saw there,
nothing. Okay, then
we must look at the resources that we are wasting. In fact, as Kabila Vijana, we were suggesting at most members of parliament should earn 500,000. Not anything more than that. That's criminal.
All right, thank you. Just a moment.
The next stop after this, we must visit the SRC office.
Okay, we'll get into that. All right. Okay, thank you so much for joining us, and I want to take you to David Kagina, who is on the streets of Nairobi, to bring us up to date with what is happening, and I'll be leaving it for Milia. We'll be coming later on to continue with this particular coverage of the anti-government protest. Kagina.
Currently standing in CBD, right where Moi Avenue joins Kenyatta Avenue. And for the first time since 9 a.m. in the morning, calm has been met. And for the first time, at least, protesters and police running battles have at least calmed down. In the last 20 minutes, that was the last round of fracas that we witnessed around this place that has been a hotspot or a hotbed for the protest since early morning. And just to give you pictures of what's currently happening. What we have currently are police officers who are now seemingly taking a rest from what has been a very busy day, engaging protesters who've turned up in their numbers. And to be honest, the protesters today are a bit, the profile of the protesters today was a bit different. It was not your usual Gen Zs, because what we witnessed right here, there are protesters who were In totality, and a question on the repercussions of that. The president has been clear that the country will have to deal with the repercussions of the government's decision to withdraw finance bill from parliament, from being passed. And something else that was also in the bill was a number of issues. Youths complaining, saying that the wage bill of the country is a bit high. Over 40% of the country's income being used to pay wage bills instead of the recommended 35%, appearing to irk the youth, and who have recommended a number of issues and suggestions for how the government can adapt to meet its metrics later. And also in the recommendations were to cut down on the expenditure by reducing the salary of the members of parliament. And I have a very rowdy crowd behind me right here, and so we'll just try and mitigate it, see if we can get away from them. If we can't, we just have to speak to a few of them to calm them down. But we're headed towards where police officers are for calm. And just to see, most of the streets here are usually busy. This street here, called Cabral Street, that neighbors in Menti, usually is a very busy stage. We also have matatus, most matatus plying Thika Road as well as Wayaki Way. They make their turn around this junction right here. And right now it is deserted in totality. People who are passing here are on foot, and we also have just a few guys passing here on foot, others on motorbikes, some in their private cars, but matatus on the street have not been seen for quite some time. Indeed, calm has returned for sure after the situation of vandalism, and that's right there, police officers are using the tear gas canister to disperse the crowd that had overwhelmed us before we came to this direction. We've also had a number of people who've been injured, mainly police officers. We've also had a number of journalists sustaining some minor injuries, some from the stones being pelted by the protesters, and some as a result of the tear gas canisters that have exploded close to them. But comparing what we are currently witnessing now and what was currently, what has been there for the better part of the day, indeed, calm has been we are witnessing calm, and what we are having right now is just police officers trying to wrap up the day by pushing off those protesters who are continuing to make attempts to access the CBD. But for the better part of the day, most of them have not managed to cross Moi Avenue into the other streets of the town, and so police have managed to some extent to contain the numbers on the lower side of the town. However, it is also not very clear whether protesters had a destination on the upper side of the town, but most of them, as we have mentioned earlier, were targeting to a good number of them were targeting to loot and rob the businesses on this side of town. And we will continue following up on whatever is happening in this part of town, and also ensuring that our viewers are not left behind on what is transpiring following these demonstrations that kicked off 2 weeks ago in the bid to push for the dropping of the finance bill in totality. Hashtag reject finance bill. On Tuesday, had a hashtag Occupy Parliament, which they did and occupied successfully. Now you'll allow me to take it back to you in studio, where we'll be joining Milia Kisenya. Thank you very much, Milia. Even though hali ilivyo kwa sasa, na tumeweza kumpasha mtazamaji yanayojiri mchana kutwa hadi kufikia majira ya sasa ambapo kumeonekana kuwa na hali ya utulivu, lakini ni ruhusu kwa sasa nirejeshe kwako studioni.
Na asante sana Kagina, unahitaji kupelea maji kwa kutupatia tu ikiwa ni taswira kamili kufikia sasa. Na ni jiji la Nairobi ambapo katika takriban saa, mpenzi mtazamaji, kutoka majira ya asubuhi hadi kufikia sasa imekuwa tu mbio za mguni ponye, imekuwa tu ni majeneza zaidi ya 6 yakionekana tu yamemwagwa katika barabara ya Moi Avenue hapa katikati mwa jiji la Nairobi. Lakini kwa sasa, kama alivyotujuza mwenzetu David Kagina, ni kuwa kidogo mbio hizo zimepungua, lakini maduka mengi kama mlivyoona kwa njia mubashara runinga K24 yamefungwa. Hali ya biashara bila shaka hii leo imegeuka ndivyo sivyo, na tutakuwa tunakujuza mengi zaidi katika runinga yetu ya K24 ya yale yanayozidi kuibuka katika pande tofauti. Na labda tu tukiangazia hapo awali, muungano wa Azimio pia uliweza kutoa ikiwa ni taarifa yake kuhusiana na maandamano yanayozidi kushuhudiwa katika maeneo mbali, na kutokana kwao ni kuwa wamezidi kuinyoshia serikali ya Kenya Kwanza kidole cha lawama kufuatia ikiwa ni nguvu kupita kiasi inayotumiwa na polisi kwa waandamanaji, na pia vile kukiuka kwa sheria au maamuzi ya mahakama ya polisi kutumia vitoa machozi, na pia vile ikiwa ni risasi, na pia kwa upande mwingine, mpenzi mtazamaji, magari ambayo yanatumika kuwatawanya Azimio, chama cha ODM kikiongozwa naye Raila Amolo Odinga pia wameanzisha kile wametaja ni mchakato mzima wa kuondoa baadhi ya wabunge. Nikinukuu tu baadhi ya maeneo bunge ambayo yametupiwa jicho ni kama lile la Gen, Bondo na Kakolo, Kajiado Central, Ikolomani na South Suba. Wabunge hao sasa watakuwa hamna namna ila waweze kujitetea kutokana na nafasi yao ya kupigia kura mswada wa fedha mwaka wa 2024. Na basi studioni kama ilivyohoja tupo na viongozi, mpenzi mtazamaji, na wageni wetu wa siku ambao watakuwa wanatusaidia tukizidi kupiga darubini ya yale yanayozidi kuendelea kushuhudiwa katika pande tofauti za taifa hili. Watupatie tu mwonekano wao, maoni yao kuhusiana na maandamano yanayoendelea ambao kwa sasa chipukizi Gen Z wamesema itakuwa kama ibada kila siku ya Jumanne na kila siku ya Alhamisi. Lakini kama taifa, mustakabali wa taifa utakuwa upi iwapo hii ndio itakuwa hali? Na je, rais atasalimu amri? Basi studioni nipo nao, upande wangu wa kushoto jina ni Madzayo Rocho kama sijakosea. Rocha Kundradhi, ambaye ni rais wa muungano wa wanafunzi wa chuo cha UN, na pia vile vile tupo naye Michael Soi, mkuu wa utumishi wa wanafunzi, analandana moja kwa moja na mkuu wa utumishi wa umma akiwa ni Felix Koske, lakini pale chuoni cha UN. Rocha
Nenda mbele yao kwa polisi.
Jalango!